Kua kina mai rā te tatau o te pōtui a te hono whiri a te hono, ko te hono kia wai, ko te hono kia rua. Rua i te pūkenga, rua i te hora, rua i te wanawana, rua i te atamai, rua matu a take o tāne. Tēnei au he pūkenga he wānanga i are nei te taringa ki te whakarongo. Ko ngā taringa rongo mai taha nui o rongo mai taha rangi o tūpai whakarongo wānanga. Te hono tēnei ka mau whiwhia, mau rawea, ka puta ki te whai au ki te omarama, whāno hara mai te toki, haumi hui tae ki E ngā manu taupua, ko topa iho mai te tī koke tanga o te rangi. Ko tau iho mai, ki te aroaro o tō tātou whare, tēnei, te mihi nei, te tangi nei, te whakatau atu nei i a koutou, haere mai rā. Haere mai ki au ki Ngāti Whātua o Rākei, haere mai i runga i te Waitemata, kupe ngā rau, haere mai ki te puru o Tāmaki, ko takaparawhau ki runga, ko Tāmaki ki raro, ko te kahu tōpuni, o tuperiri e horake nei, haere mai. Haere mai, me ngā raumaharatanga o rātau kua mene ki te pō, rātau te hunga e kore hoki ki muri, rātau i roto i ngā rangi, ngā wiki, ngā marama, kua pahuri ake nei. O tira ko ngā rangatira, ngā tōtara haimata, kua hinga i roto i tēnei o ngā marama. I nā tata nei, ko Ngāti Raukawa tērā, te taha o tā whatarangi, winiata, ko hikurangi maunga tēnā, te taha o tā tāmati wiri, ko te rangatira, ko taniwha, o roto mai o Ngāti Awa, ko Hirini Moko Miri, tērā toko toru, kua hinga, tatu atu ki roto o te taitokerau, Ngāti Hine, Lenny Bristow, me ngā mate o te kāinga, ko Sharon Hawke, anō hoki tērā. Katoa rātau ngā rangatira, e whakarotia nuiti ana i tēnei wā. Hei ākua nei rātau, hui katotia, ki runga i te waka o Punariki, ka rewa ki runga ki te pai o Matariki, ki reira, tū mai ai, noho mai ai. Nō reira, koutou rā e ngā mate, haere atu rā. Hoi anō, mātou o tira tātou, te kaipupuri, te akaako, te whenua, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Tēnei rā, mihi, o te reo o Ngāti Whātua tēnei mihi nei kia koutou. Kei ngā ringa, kei ngā waiwai, kei ngā kai hāpai, o ngā hapori, puta i te motu, koutou e manawa popore nei, kia whai kāinga ai, tātou katoa. Nō reira tēnei, ko te reo o Ngāti Whātua, e manako nui nei, kia hira te kaupapa kōrero ki a koutou, hei ngā rangi e toru e tū mai nei. Nō reira, anei rā ko te reo o Ngāti Whātua, ko te reo o ngā uri o tuperiri tēnei e mihi nei, e tangi nei, e whakatau atu nei, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa.
He aha te hau, e wawara mai, he tiu he rā ki nāna, ia mai te pūputara ki hiki uta, e tiki nā atu e au, te kotu ko ia te pau, te pau whakairo ka tū, ki wai te mata, i o kuai rangi e kōkiri.
Warm greetings, welcome, good morning. On behalf of Ngāti Whātua o Rākei, it's an honour and a privilege to welcome you here this morning. On behalf of our people, might only see two of us here today, but we've got a multitude behind us, and we acknowledge you in your physical presence and also your spiritual, those that you carry on your shoulders. We welcome you all. We acknowledge you in the physical and the spiritual. We also acknowledge all the hands and feet here that have manawa popore or deep altruistic consideration to deal with the crisis and the challenges in society today, particularly around housing. We appreciate and express gratitude for your mahi, and we hope that the kōrero shared over the next 3 days is virtuous, resolute, and indelible on behalf of our people. Welcome once, twice, 3 times. Before I hand over, I'd like to introduce and welcome up is Paul Gilberd. Moreira kei toku rangatira, tēnā koe, haere mai, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa.
Wow, you're beautiful. It's just such a privilege to be here today and to see you all. Thank you so much for coming. I know you're busy people. That's weird, some audio thing going on. Oh, it's up there. Kia ora ana. Malo alelei, nisa bula vanaka. It's talofa lava and namaste. We had a fantastic day yesterday, day 1 of the conference at the Whale Samoa in Mangere. A real joyful, deep conversation around Pacific people's housing, and so some of that narrative will be carried into this morning's proceedings. Welcome to Tāmaki Makaura, Auckland, and to the 2026 Community Housing Aotearoa Conference. What a beautiful sight you are. We give thanks for this time together. We give thanks for the wisdom and experience in this room, and we give thanks for the partners, the colleagues, and the friends we have here and the new relationships that we will make by having some precious time together, face to face. Kia ora e te whānau. And thank you, Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, for your very warm and generous welcome. I just want to start by sharing a little bit of who's in the room, because I think it's nice for you to know who's visiting, right? And so I'm going to ask my CHAR board members to stand up, please, just so you can spot them, and then you can catch them during coffee or tea and tell them the stuff you want them to know. It's a real honour and a privilege to have... my... Good-looking bunch, right? Yeah. Kia ora, thank you. Just good for people to know who's in the room, so you can find them in breaks and say the things you need to say. And then back by popular demand from our Otatahi Christchurch, we're going to do the how many years you've been in a directly relevant sort of workspace exercise. So Etu, please can everybody stand up? So as you are standing up, I'm going to ask you to think about your personal number, and your personal number is the number of years you have worked in a space that is directly relevant to the mahi that you do. That can be social services if you're frontline, that can be tenancy management, that can be management in community or social services or health services. Think of your number, and as I call your number, I'm going to ask you to sit down. And just give us a sense of how many collective years of experience we have in the room, and I think that's good for people to know. So 1, I'm going to say 1, so, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. Okay, can I ask those of you who are standing to look around, please? These are our future workforce. We need to support them and share our knowledge with them. We need to look after them and make sure they stay in our sector, because we want to wrap them up in love, okay? So during the break, maybe go say hi, introduce yourself, and make connections. So I'm going to go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, people look around. If you're sitting down, look around. I'm not going to use the word kaumatua because some of you are quite young. but go and say hello to these people. They are holders of wisdom and experience, and make sure you find them out. You know who they are now. You can see them standing. And this is a really important moment to just acknowledge. Please give me a round of applause for, yeah. Last time we filmed that when we were at the Christchurch Town Hall, and we had 5,600 years of relevant work experience in the room. So don't forget, you have awesome knowledge and power, and we're going to talk a lot about that over the next couple of days. So thank you for that. I'd like to start by acknowledging this place and the history of this land, which has been much loved by people for nearly 1,000 years. It's steeped in history, especially because of its two beautiful and bountiful harbours, the Manukau and the Waitemata. On the 20th of March 1840, Te Kauwau, as paramount chief, and other chiefs of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei signed the Treaty of Waitangi, Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And by September that year, just about 300 metres over that way, a British flagstaff was raised at a point which is now the top of Queen Street, and Auckland became the capital city of New Zealand, Aotearoa. A very short period, 14 years later, after the initial offer of land for Auckland, the land at Takaparafo, Bastion Point, where the marae is based for Whātua Ōrākei, was all the land the hapu had left. 14 years. During the course of this conference, we'll talk a lot about land and about the places we stand and about the signals and signs that we see as we look to the horizon and work together to achieve our collective goal of seeing all our people well housed with a decent place to call home in a community where they feel they belong. I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge this building and the Sir Paul Reeves, after whom it is named, as am I. Sir Paul was a very busy man, and it would not feel right to have this hui on this land and in this building without remembering at least one of the significant events that he was the leader of. I visit his grave regularly. Despite his whānau being from Taranaki and wanting him back there, he rests here in Tāmaki, near my favourite library at St. John's. The event I want to remember him by mostly has been forgotten, largely. It was the Hikoi of Hope. Te Hikoi mō te tūmanako mō te rawa kore. The idea originated out of a discussion at the Anglican General Synod in 1998, and the initiative was brought forward expressing concern over potential further cuts to social welfare benefits. And during the meeting, people shared stories from communities across the motu of rising poverty and social inequality, and more generally as an increasing demand on social services. Professor Whatarangi Winiata moved an amendment to add a hikoi to the motion and was passed by Winiata and the original mover, Reverend Charles Waldegrave, who's up in Europe, or he would have been here with you today. 3.5 months later, the Hikoi of Hope began on the 1st of September 1998, starting in the north, the south, the east and the west of Aotearoa, and approximately 40,000 people took part over the next 2 months as it slowly converged on Te Whanganui Atara on the 1st of October 1998. The purpose of the Hikoi was to bring attention to the reality of poverty in Aotearoa. In doing this, the Hikoi addressed 5 main areas where more could be done, particularly by New Zealand government and the creation of real jobs, that incomes and benefits be at a level that can bring people out of poverty, a trustworthy public health system, affordable housing, and accessible and affordable education. As a result of the Hikoi, the government, led personally by the Prime Minister, and religious leaders still to this day meet every year to discuss the matters of the day. These are areas of social concern predominantly. So we commend the work of Sir Paul and all of you, those of you who work with, that we work with, and thank you, Professor Damon Salesa also, and your team here at AUT for your generous hospitality and welcome here to your university, this beautiful place where we stand together today. So if you will join me, I would like to sing a waiata back to Whātua Ōrākei just to close the opening of this space. Te aroha, please be standing. Te aroha, te whakapono, me Tairangi Māori e he tātou tātou e. And again. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi Māori e he tātou tātou e. Later this morning, we're going to have reports from the most recent National Māori Housing Hui, which was held last year up at Waitangi. I know many of you, I can see in the room here, were at that hui. Some very powerful kōrero. So we're going to do a little bit of weaving later this morning in terms of those kōrero. Also, yesterday, the Pacific People's Housing Symposium that was held in the Whale Samoa in Mangere. There will be some weaving of that narrative, as there will also be some weaving of the conference, Pacific People's Conference, that was held 2 weeks ago in Samoa, which was a conference called by Rawini from Penina Health Trust here in Auckland and Mangere. So lots to look forward to. And over the next few days, we'll also talk about land and what it represents in terms of our identity and our sovereignty. And I'm talking sovereignty as civil society, community organisations, hapu, iwi, faith groups in its broadest sense. Really, tino rangatiratanga in one way. One of the themes I'm asking you to think about is how we can work together truly, authentically, and partner with each other, gathered around our shared interest. In this case, seeing all New Zealanders well housed. I'm going to ask you to consciously look for new partnerships and to strengthen existing partnerships based on relationships, whakawhanaunga, long-term shared objectives, not on the basis of transactions, but on the basis of long-term intergenerational goals built on the foundation of intergenerational well-being, social cohesion, and community connectedness. We could call this, in some ways, rebuilding community wealth. We could express it in many ways. If we discuss it in the material world, then it could be described as a collective agreement between all of us in this room and all the communities that we are a part of. It could be expressed as us agreeing to take as much residential land and the homes that are on it out of the market, and to agree with each other that we will do that forever. Imagine the power we would have if we had sovereignty over all that land and it was no longer being blown around by market forces. If we intentionally and aggressively and proactively took it and retained it forever and recycled it as affordable and social housing, homes for our communities, delivered at cost, no extractive financial profit motive, imagine what that would look like. Just homes for communities forever. If we took that concept and move it from the material world and more into the spiritual and philosophical, we're talking about the mokopuna paradigm. And Ali, you're here somewhere, aren't you? Where are you, Ali? Oh, there you are. Thanks, Ali. You gave us that, the mokopuna paradigm. It changes the way you think about the future and the actions that you will take now in the present. So that's a sort of challenge, I think, for all of us, because partnering's not easy. It takes investment, it takes time, it takes resources, it takes face-to-face. And so I think that's something that we're really wanting to think about. And the good news is, people, you're already doing it. It's not a theory. You're already in some of these alliances, and you already have many homes that could be called community wealth. Think of Papakainga, for example, social and affordable housing, Kainga Orders homes even, community land trusts, Queenstown Lakes product, the Secure Home program is another example. So we're already off and running to a running start. And I have even better news. The data from the Community Housing Regulatory Authority, which we pulled for preparing preparing for this conference shows that for the last 2 years in a row, after many years where you were leasing more properties than you were building to own, the last 2 years you have built more homes that you are going to own and retain within the community sector than before. So that's it, yeah. I want to talk about this gathering because it's important. You are more powerful than you may realise. Your span of control as community groups is perhaps wider than we allow ourselves to see or have stepped into. There is more va'a, more space for us to express ourselves as communities than we have perhaps leaned into. And I'm an optimist, I do not apologise for this. However, I do also acknowledge the reality and the shadow that exists in our country and in our communities at the moment. Homelessness is at an all-time high in Aotearoa, and I do not believe there is a person in this room who thinks that is okay. Our social fabric is tearing apart, and we as a nation are increasingly divided by wealth, those with assets and those without. Many people my age or older are saying and doing things they would have thought shameful just a few decades ago as they blindly live in an algorithmic paradigm they do not seem to comprehend or question. Racism's not okay. Greed is not okay. Selfishness is not okay. And I'm afraid, actually, for the course that we're on. Internationally and locally, we're seeing a rupture of the world order, the end of a pleasant fiction and the beginning of a harsh reality where geopolitics, where the large main powers submitted to no limits, no constraints. And I ask you what we want to see in the Pacific and Aotearoa, New Zealand. What I suggest to you is that we're not powerless. Active citizens, community groups, faith groups, community providers, and even households have the capacity to build a new order that encompasses our values like respect for human rights, sustainable development, solidarity, sovereignty, tino rangatiratanga, community wealth expressed as homes for communities. Commonwealth expressed as intergenerational well-being for all our people. The power of the less powerful starts with honesty. It seems that every day we are reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they like and the weak must suffer what they must. This facade, this illusion, is presented as true and as inevitable, the natural logic of the market asserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for communities to go along with it so that we can all get along. This is an unfortunate cultural norm in New Zealand. Be humble, don't rock the boat. Tall poppies, don't complain, don't stick your head up. Accommodate, avoid trouble. We dare to hope that compliance will buy us safety. Well, it won't. So what are our options? As the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, said in his speech at Davos recently, which I've drawn on for this address, in 1978, the Czech dissident Václav Havel, later president of the Czech Republic, wrote an essay called The Power of the Powerless. And in it, he asked a simple question. How did the communist system sustain itself? I lived in post-communist Lithuania for 5 years, and I saw this power over people firsthand. How did the communist system sustain itself? The answer began with a greengrocer. And every morning, this shopkeeper places a sign in his windows. It says, "Workers of the world, unite." And he does not believe it. No one believes it. But he places the sign there anyway to avoid trouble, to signal compliance, to get along. And because every shopkeeper on every street does the same, the system persists. Not through violence alone, but through the participation of ordinary people in the rituals they privately know to be false. Havel called it living within a lie. The system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true. And its fragility comes from the same source. When even one person stops performing, when the greengrocer removes his sign, the illusion begins to crack. Friends, it's time for communities and community housing providers and faith groups and active citizens to take their signs down. For decades, up until the neoliberal changes of the 1980s, our housing system prospered and was the envy of the world. Home ownership rates peaked in the late 1980s, I think it was 86, and social cohesion and community connectedness were at all-time highs. The Prime Minister and numerous consecutive governments, Prime Ministers led successive, numerous governments of different colours, and they competed with each other to do more, to deliver more affordable housing and more social housing. We're a nation that was close to being well housed, all of us. We participated more actively in community, in faith gatherings, in places and spaces where we would meet and bump into each other. We were more together than we were divided, but quickly the Great Divide began to take effect. The rules had changed, and the rot began to set in. A growing number of our homes became financialised. They became assets to be traded for tax-free capital gains, and a growing number of them are not even occupied. The rules and taxes were enforced asymmetrically. Those earning the most paid the least, and those with the least paid the most. And we knew that the law applied with varying rigour, depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. To quote Mark Carney directly, without my words, he said, "Let me be direct, we're in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 4 decades, a series of crises in finance, housing, health, energy and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of global integration." So more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons, tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, and supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. We are not immune in Aotearoa to what is going on in the world. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination. To go back to the beginning of the story about the sign in the window, what do our signs in our windows say? Is it okay that 110,000 New Zealanders are experiencing extreme housing deprivation? Is it okay that homelessness is at an all-time high? We're no longer just relying on the strength of our values, but also the value of our strength. We are part of an alliance. You are part of an alliance. This is an alliance. We believe that all New Zealanders deserve to be well housed. We believe housing is a human right. We're building that strength at home, here, in Aotearoa, right here, right now, in this room, here in Tāmaki Makaura. In the past few years, massive progress has been made. You have all built more new homes and affordable and social homes in the past decade than we have for nearly half a century. Great work. Keep going. In the last 2 years, you've built more that you own than you are leasing from the private market. Awesome. Keep going. You have, on the 3rd attempt in 15 years, built a financial intermediary that has slashed the cost of debt for the sector and has lent over $500 million for new affordable housing supply. You have advocated for and achieved significant improvements to the Reserve Bank rules as they apply to community housing finance. You have, after 20 years of lobbying, got in place a flexible fund that has the capacity to deliver all tenures in any place and to build thriving, diverse and inclusive communities. Awesome work. Count that as wins. Put it in the bank. Move on. What's next? So as community providers, we must act together, because if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. Kāinga Ora can probably go it alone. They have the market size, the financial and delivery capacity, and the leverage to dictate terms. We do not. But when we only negotiate bilaterally, when we negotiate from weakness. We accept what is offered. We compete with each other to be the most accommodating. This is not sovereignty. It is the performance of sovereignty while accepting subordination. Let me be clear, I'm not talking here about our government in Aotearoa. I'm talking about international money interests and algorithms that do not care about our low-income and vulnerable people in New Zealand. In a world of great power rivalry, community providers have a choice to compete with each other for favour or to combine to create a third path with better impact. which brings me back to the shopkeeper. What would it mean for us to work together and to agree to live the truth? First, it means naming the reality. Stop talking about the good old days of state advances, loans, and capitalising the family benefit and broad multilateral support for home ownership. Call it what it is, a system where the most powerful pursue their interests using economic integration as coercion. It means acting consistently from our principles and values. It means building what we claim we believe in, rather than waiting for the old order to be restored. It means creating institutions, organisations and agreements that function as described. And it means reducing the leverage that enforces and enables coercion, building strong relationships, strong partnerships with each other around shared objectives should always be at every community housing provider's immediate priority. As this conference, you're going to hear some amazing stories of extraordinary achievements, and you will hear of opportunities for partnerships that will bring you hope and aspirations. Together as your advocates, Community Housing Aotearoa and Te Matapihi, we are more committed than ever to help improve the context within which you operate. We recognise what is happening and we share a determination to act accordingly. We understand that this rupture calls for more than adaptation, it calls for honesty about the world as it is. We're taking the sign out of the window. We know the old order is not coming back. We should not mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy. But we believe that from the fracture, the injustice of poverty and homelessness, we can build something better, stronger, and more just. This is the task of the community sector and communities across Aotearoa, those who have the most to lose from a world of competition and the most to gain from a world of genuine cooperation, collaboration, and partnership. The powerful have their power, but we have something too, the capacity to stop pretending, to name reality, to build our strength at home, and to act together. That's our path. We choose it openly, confidently, and it is a path wide open to any of you willing to take it with us. Thank you very much.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Paul. I'm looking forward to taking my signs down. This is a great privilege for me to be the MC at today's event, and I look forward to hearing the great stories and walking out with plenty of hope and tools to do my job. Time now, though, to hear the keynote speech for the morning, which is going to be from Professor Damon Salesa, who is the Vice-Chancellor here at the AUT. Please join with me in welcoming Damon.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Nau mai, hara mai ki te wānanga aronui o Tāmaki Makaura, maurea mai o maunga o aua, o hāpori katoa. E rangatira mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Nei rā te mana whenua, te Ngāti Whātua, nei rā te marae ngā wai o horotiu, nei rā te wharenui, te pūrengi. A whio mai, tala mai a au mā lole soi fōmalangia mamā. Welcome everyone. You're in the right place. You're in the right place because you're embarked on a mahi that is transformational for our communities, and you're in the right university in which to do that. And I was inspired, actually. I've known Paul since we were at high school, actually, and I just discovered today he was named after Sir Paul Reeves. And we're in the Sir Paul Reeves building, as he said, and I thought, what a moment to actually reflect on AUT. So I'm putting down my speech because I want to share with you a little bit of what's happening. So today is Tuesday. We're welcoming you guys, leading a sector for New Zealand to house our communities, our most vulnerable, and indeed the people in New Zealand who have the most potential. On Thursday night, we'll also be hosting here at AUT the big sleep out with LifeWise. And I think for me that sort of sums up the kind of place you're in. We are New Zealand's youngest university. We've been a university since 2000, but on this site, working people have been seeking education for 130 years. They've gone to work, and that yesterday they came after work and they studied here. And that's the work of transformation you're embarked on. But above all, it's a reminder to all of us of the profound social mission of education. And in New Zealand, as you know very well, few things are tied more closely to housing than education. The distribution of opportunity is unevenly distributed in New Zealand based on where you live. And that's just something that people have accepted, like our level of poor housing and unhoused. So behind that, with the CHA and other organisations, AUT has a deep social mission, which I think is unique in New Zealand, which is what I wanted to sort of remark on, because I know you will see the parallels. In our strategy, I'm not going to bore you with our strategy, but we have 3 key pillars. One of them is graduates the world needs. One of them is research and knowledge discovery for our communities. And the third one is partnerships that accelerate impact. And having heard Paula talk about partnerships and the power of partnerships for all the reasons he just laid out, I wanted to share that it sits at the heart of our mission and that we value this partnership with CHA. That's why you're in the right place. Right now, at our marae, ngā wai horotu, in our house, Te Pūrangi, we are having our kawe aroha, the opening of Matariki, and the remembrance of the people we have lost. It's the first one I've missed in my time here, and I missed it because this is important to me, and your partnership is important to me, and because that is celebrating that connection, not just with our mokopuna, as we've heard, but those who came before us, the bones. I think that collective partnership, the work you're undertaking, drives at the heart of what our public institutions are about. The university statute charges a university to be a critic and a conscience of society. And what I know in this room is that's part of what's happening. That social mission, that critical take on our past and particularly on our future is absolutely essential to the work we do together. Now, what's particularly important to me is when I think about those who are in the housing support system in New Zealand, over 300,000 of those people are under 18. They're children. And if you take forward what I said about the inequities of our educational system being delivered unevenly through where people live, you'll realise that those who are living in vulnerable or deficient housing are almost certainly denied opportunity in the educational system. So the experience they have, and this speaks to that mokopuna model, is not just today or next week or their time in housing. It is actually the structure of their future is so often decided in these moments. I often talk about how, and everyone at AUT knows I love this phrase, that talent is everywhere, but opportunity isn't. And that we assume it is the job of education to deliver opportunity to the talented, to help people find their talent, to help them access the opportunity that gives full expression. But we also know in New Zealand that is not true. I've done research about how in Auckland we have achieved in some high schools almost perfect segregation, that we have entire schools that have no Pākehā students at all. That is a level of segregation they never achieved in moments that that are notorious to us in apartheid South Africa or pre-civil rights US. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I am saying the primary indicator of that is actually student wealth, and it has an ethnic face on it, and it has a housing structure underneath it. Now, our collective job is to make sure that the time we spend in our housing, the opportunity we have that comes from our parental income, doesn't limit our future choice. We're a team of only 5.5 million people, and we can't afford to waste any of our talent. We should be able to deliver opportunity to all those young people who are in housing, and we know we don't. And that again is why you're in the right place. You may not know, but of New Zealand's university student population, 70% come from the wealthiest 1/3 of homes. Did you know that? It is actually an elite opportunity in New Zealand. Most of those students, the domestic students, map onto that privilege in a way you would predict. There is actually only one university which is truly socio-economically diverse, truly ethnically diverse, and truly age diverse, and you are sitting in it. 1/3 of our students come from the poorest third of schools in New Zealand. 20% of our students are Māori, 50%, nearly 50% are Māori Pacific, and when you add Asian into the mix, you realise this is the city that looks most like the future. This is the university that looks most like the future of both our city and our country. And we are committed to the work you're doing. It is important that you come here to do it. And so I wanted really just to share that whakaaro with you, to know that the work you do in housing will have an immediate impact on those hundreds of thousands of young people. It will have an immediate impact on delivering opportunity to our talented young people, and particularly that larger social mission, which is to deliver a New Zealand that honours our collective vision and makes New Zealand, makes Aotearoa the nation that I know we share a view on. So thank you once again for the work you do before you come into this room, for the work you will do while you're here for the conference. Ngā mihi kia koutou.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Damon. Apart from anything else, I've just learned something. 70% of those who go to universities come from the wealthiest 1/3 of the country. I have a saying that we are nothing but a housing market with bits tacked on, and seems more and more like that. Okay, just a few items of housekeeping, because that's one of my key jobs, which I haven't done yet. So if you hear a fire alarm, please evacuate the building using the nearest stairs. Please don't use the lifts, and please look for those emergency wardens with red or green high-vis vests, and wait until you hear the all clear. I'd also point out that the events here today on the stage are being live streamed. So if you've got friends and colleagues who you want to watch this, there is a live stream, but also we should know that. And that there are some members of the media here too. So if you are looking to say something in public, this is a great place to say it. Thank you. Now, we have a cracking series of events coming up, not just today, but tomorrow. And I really encourage you to be back here at 10:30 for the keynote address this morning from Dr. K. Saville-Smith. For me, this will be a must-see presentation, because for a bit of a housing geek like me, this is hearing from the ultimate housing geek, but actually much more than that. So please, come on back at 10:30, grab yourself some coffee, and we'll see you then. Haere mai, haere mai. Welcome back in, everyone. If we could take our seats, please. We can grab our seats and get back underway. And grab your seats, and the key thing is to stop talking. Which we will be doing shortly. There's too many old friends back together again. Okay, let's hustle into those seats, people. All righty, everyone. I think we're almost there. Everyone's sat down and ready to go.
Welcome to the community sector.
Oh,
They love being together. They love it.
That's good.
Shall I do this? Over to you.
Well, that was a very effective use of glass. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming back in. It's time now to do some learning. There will be an exam afterwards. And I'm really looking forward to learning plenty about our sector and the most important thing in the country, I reckon. And there's no one better to talk to us about this than Dr. Saville-Smith, who is here as the Research Director of the Centre for Research Evaluation and Social Assessment. Please join with me in giving a raucous welcome to Dr. Saville-Smith.
Well, it looks as though my job is done. I'm off. I hope you no doubt feel inspired and uplifted at the moment. Unfortunately, keynote speakers have either two roles. They lift you up further, or they say, well, I've got a story to tell you, so get a grip, guys. Unfortunately, I'm a bit in that category today. And so one of the things that I felt when I was preparing this, I thought, how do I feel about this? And I thought, I feel tired. I feel really tired. And I suspect you feel pretty tired too, because it's a hard road. And I wish I could say to you, there is light at the end of this tunnel, but I don't think we're going to see that light for a wee while. And if we do, it will be because you will be carrying the torch. Don't expect anyone else to, because they ain't. And we don't see that light. We don't see it coming towards us because we're still in this country. And I say we because we're all involved in it. In this country, we treat housing as welfare. And the focus that we have in the way that we do our service funding, our investment, our delivery, the way we think about housing is often around the symptoms of a failing system. Not on dealing with the system, but dealing with the symptoms of it. And you will have heard the latest announcements undoubtedly, and some of you, rightly, well, all of us should go, but some of you will feel quite damaged by those because this is a changed world. So the promise of a flexi fund, nice, but it's not in the architecture we might want. And actually, talking of architecture, you'll notice I'm wearing white shoes because I'm going to talk about architecture at the end of it. And after many years, I've worked out to show that you're an architect, you have to wear black trousers and white shoes. So that's why I am. what we know about the announcements, and I would say that these announcements are pretty much what we've seen over 30 years. There's nothing new in them. They're certainly not reform. They're certainly not even a housing reset. And they definitely aren't a game changer. What they do, which is what we've always had to do since the 1990s reforms, is turn the tap in a slightly different way. Turn it down and make sure it sprays a little narrower in the shower head rather than wider. That's all it does. And unfortunately, that means what we're doing is substituting the precarious, people in housing precarity, with those who are in full deprivation. And therefore, we risk transforming the precarious, people in housing precarity, might be in housing, but their precarious situation, into the deprived. So it's a bit like we're standing on the top of a sort of cliff here, here's our little house, here's the front door, we open the front door, pull some people in, and out the back door we're pushing out people. They're falling down the cliff, walking around, climbing up the big ladder to come in the front door again. That's potentially what we're dealing here. And why is this happening? Well, it's really happening is because we've got lots of narratives which are marked by short-termism. Someone's told me the other day and said, oh, it's all looking better in terms of affordability. And I thought, why do you think that? And what they're talking about is a tiny, tiny, tiny little uptick in the last year. They were talking about what was the relief of interest rates, and now they're sort of feeling miserable because interest rates are going up again. So it's all at that sort of level. But we've also cherry-picked a lot of the information and data we use. And finally, and the most important thing from my point of view, is that we're working in an architecture of government policy and housing assistance and investment which remains a Frankenstein monster, with lots of bits and bobs tacked on when things don't work. TAS is part of the Frankenstein monster that was there. Emergency housing, as we know it, or have known it recently, is part of that Frankenstein monster. Or it doesn't work, add something else on there. And what we see is a whole lot of panicky reactions to poor housing efficacy on one hand and fiscal risk on the other. And the government should be worried about fiscal risk. If something is costing you a bomb and it's not working, why would you not try and do something about that? The problem is that the idea of doing something about it is just to turn the tap down doesn't solve the problem. So I'm going to have a talk about some of that. And I'm going to talk about some of the tropes that have allowed that to happen. The biggest one, of course, is the idea that unmet housing need, particularly those that are homeless, is all about inadequate people. And you've heard me bang on about this, and you've probably heard me. Well, if you haven't heard me, it's because you've just given up listening, which is good, because you've probably heard enough of it. I can't stand it any longer. In the 2017-2018 social housing investment strategy, which was neither about social housing nor about investment, I might add. But there was a very important quote in it that I'm going to share with you. Many people with unmet housing needs or people in social housing, I'll come back to that issue in a minute, have mental health conditions, including drug or alcohol dependency. Many people who require emergency housing have a corrections history. Actually, there are many people that have all of those things and are not housing deprived, are not homeless. And if we want to talk about who's taking the most drugs, look to Queenstown and Remuera. Wastewater testing is great. So far, I think they're only slumped in their front porch, not out on the street. That makes a big difference. So there's that whole thing. We've had a situation where we continue to say we need to target need. And I'm going to come back to that thought because it's a very interesting view. And actually, as part of the community housing sector, about 50% of providers have got increasingly bound up in the IRRs particularly, then the definitions of need created by successive governments becomes your definition of need. And therefore it becomes the housing system's definition of need. May not be any of those sorts of things, but it has real impacts. We had the trope that New Zealanders are preoccupied with home ownership, or actually owner occupation. Actually, they're preoccupied with property ownership if you're reasonably wealthy, and home ownership is a dream that people believe that they'll never get to, rightly. And why wouldn't they want to be in home ownership? Because rental is shit, essentially. So we have a trope that says there's a lack of rental stock, and that's the big problem. I'll come back to that. And the other one that I heard and hear a lot is that the only thing the chip sector does is access IRRs on part of its clients. I don't think so. But I would suggest to you that if you talk to politicians, whether ministers, ex-ministers, prospective ministers, I'm not talking about any particular party here, that's where they would situate the community housing sector. And that's not what it was. Almost matches the time when someone said to me, every time that the community housing sector comes to see us, they want money. And you go, okay, so if you're asking to build houses, you need financing. Everyone does that. Every developer does that. Everyone needs money. So let's not sort of say somehow they shouldn't. It might be that they need money from somewhere else, not the place that you're being asked for it, but let's not blame them for trying to make a good proposition that is resilient financially, not profiteering, but resilient financially. And on top of that, we've got into a whole number of traps and arts of the deal, particularly, but not only, since 2013. Emergency housing through motels was one of them. If you had a failing motel, homelessness for you was the best thing since sliced bread, really. You know, there are many motels that survived because of that policy. Transitional housing, great if it really was transitional housing, but it wasn't. Nowhere to go. IRRS access through some chips that then feel favoured within the sector versus other chips who feel less favoured, or indeed are treated as though they're not chip, has been a problem. And then we've got the hoary old thing for those who've been able to access operating subsidies. This is probably the most clumsy policy from a government point of view. I don't know why you design the operating subsidy like you've decided. A complete dog. From a fiscal point of view, it leads to, it's sort of like the Coke, meth and cocaine for the chip sector that can get access to it, but it actually just costs money and doesn't deliver. So I'm not a fan of the current operating subsidy. In fact, if I had my way, and you can really, to someone said, oh, they're all friends here, and I said, they won't be after you if they've heard me speak. If I was to do anything really quick, I'd take away that bloody operating subsidy. And why would I take it away? Because really what we need is a proper capital investment program which sees in a proper partnership, not a buying off of the community sector and private sector funders as well. One of the things that really happens when we're looking at our housing system, we get preoccupied with certain numbers. We do, and governments do. Homelessness, the number of emergency grants, the people in transition housing, social housing register, probably the worst measure of anything. It's totally meaningless, the social housing register. All it says is this is the number who's come through MSD's door, says they want to be on a social housing register, looking for social housing, and are accepted by the officer at the time as being able to get onto that register. That's all it means. Doesn't mean anything else. Doesn't represent the homeless. Doesn't represent housing. Completely meaningless. But we use it a lot. The system outcomes that we don't talk about. 91,000 of private renting households are paying more than 50%, over half of their incomes in rent. They're getting AES, but they're still paying over half their income in rent. These are the housing precarious. So these are the ones, we're not assisting them in the sector, government's not assisting them except through the AES, which we all know is ineffective, but they're right there. And we've got another 33,500 households who have crowded into multiple family households to try and make their rent affordable. Okay? So in total, if you just take a rule of thumb about household size, that's about over 330,000 people in incredibly precarious housing. They're the ones that when suddenly this termination of a tenancy will end up at that bottom of that cliff. And who's dealing with them? None of us. Government ain't. We're not. So what's happening with them? And I'm going to just give you a little picture of that because I like pictures and it's time you had a picture. On these graphs, what you show is in the, what is it for you? The left-hand side, you see, my perception's getting a bit wacky. On the left-hand side of the left graph, that's the number of people. And you can see from the left there's homeless people, emergency housing grants, people in transitional housing, social housing, those are those four little ones. What's the biggie? Those paying more than half of their household income in rent. They'll already be getting some government assistance, but they'll be still paying more than half of their incomes in rent. So that's the biggie, and then it's followed by this group that tries to accommodate housing costs through stretching their accommodation to embrace other people. And essentially those people are in what we call the intermediate housing market. They're neither eligible nor can get access to social housing, in whatever way you like to call that these days. We'll come back to that. Nor are they able to get into owner occupation. And so in 1991, we had about 81,000 households in that situation. Owner occupation at the lowest household or house price quartile. By 2025, we have 268,400 households trapped in this intermediate housing segment. That's 15% of renting households compared to 7% back in 1991. So 247% for those of you who have not been quick enough to work out those figures, and I'm sure you all have, 247% increase of people. And then you say to yourself, well, why do we have a stretch? Why do we have a queue? Why have we got pressure for social housing, highly subsidised housing, IRRS, etc.? It's because there's a huge number of people poured in and they can't be released out of into owner occupation. That's why. It's not because we have a lack of rental. It's because we can't get people into low-cost owner occupation. So I'm going to come back to that again. I just want to say a few words, however, on affordability, because there's a rumour going round is that no one really knows what it is. Actually, we do know what it is. And what we do also know is that if you don't have affordable housing, you end up in all sorts of problems. And affordability is not about the willingness to pay, but the ability to pay. And what's interesting for low and some moderate income households is they are actually willing to pay more than they have the ability to pay. And those are the people that you won't see until there's yet another crisis, and then they'll fall out and they'll come back around. And what you see, the symptoms of that are crowding, debt, later on homelessness, a lot of couch surfing, which goes under the radar, and underconsumption of healthcare, underconsumption of food, having difficulty staying in employment because you can't afford to get to work. And of course, we see it in the figures around material well-being. And we've had 100 years or more, both in terms of research and practice, in defining housing levels that are affordable and not affordable. And there's broadly 3 methods to do that. Banks do it all the time, we do it all the time. And the bit of the slight fudge in that is probably around that 25%, 30%. What does it mean to be 25%, 30%? And it used to be, it was 25% of growth, 30% of net. So there was always that sort of fudge. And I saw Robert Macbeth before, and Robert and I will remember the days that we used to say, now, is that gross or net that we're playing with here? You know, does it make this difference, you see? And of course, if you're a bank, you're very concerned to ensure the residual is enough for people to live on, but also enough for people to deal with shocks. And also, when we actually did support owner occupation, we had a higher level of percentage of outgoings for households because part of it was deemed to be saving for retirement. Get into retirement with a mortgage-free home and you're better off than if you arrive in retirement renting or a not mortgage-free home. So there is broad consensus, and researchers like me spend an awful lot of time rerunning the research and analysis around this and say, does that still make sense? And broadly it does. So somewhere around 25-30% of gross is fine. Some of you will be very anxious about increasing to 30% for some people, particularly because of the KO sort of argument. Actually, try not to worry about this too much. I know it sounds awful, but actually remember that this is still always income-related rents, and there are people in KO housing who have no subsidy because their income is high enough. Why are they there? Not because they're wasters and won't get out of them and want to live there forever. That is not the reason, generally. Like anything, there's always a few on the margins. It's mainly because they haven't got alternatives available to them. And if they're entering the private market, they confront a whole lot of barriers, including primarily stigmatisation. So it's either it's not a physical house that's appropriate, it's not a physical house that's available, or they've got a landlord with the taste, which means that they're not acceptable. And I have to say, private landlords are very funny about taste. When I first started as a housing researcher many years ago, seniors were, the favourite of private landlords. They loved seniors because they weren't going to be running around the backyard cooking up meth, or actually it was home bake in those days, but it didn't really matter, They weren't doing drugs in the back. There's nothing like good tertiary education to change that. All of us that have come through and done chemistry, we know what we're doing now. But there's also the problem that there is huge fear among landlords of three things. One is that they'll never be able to raise their rent because seniors don't have much opportunity to pay more, which is why we have TAS. I'll come back to that too. The second one is that they're really really fearful of dementia. I deal a lot with private landlords. And I had one that said to me, I was really worried because my tenant was running around naked on the front lawn. I said, oh, yeah. I think they've got dementia. And I said, do you know any of their relatives? I think they need to go to the GP. I suspect they've got a urinary tract infection. Here's me, knowing nothing, but making a guess. about 3 months later, you know that tenant, they did have a urinary tract infection. And of course, one of the problems was because they weren't with what I call a friendly landlord. It's not that they needed wraparound services, but they just needed a friendly landlord who was going to say, well, I think you need to get yourself down to the GP, or can so-and-so ring them up, or whatever. And then the final thing that really worries private landlords is people dying in their property. That is a really big issue for a whole lot of reasons, which I won't go into. So we've got all of those sorts of things, and we also have a whole lot of obscuring the data and cherry-picking, over and undercooking data, trying to use data which is not fit for purpose, social housing register being the absolute epitome of that. We use data, and you don't, but I'm both a sinner but also a critic of it, use often very short time frames around data, but whereas the big things happen over time. There's little fluctuations are just noise. You know, it doesn't matter if there's even another 50,000 or even 100,000 from 1 year to the next, but it's over time that you find out what's going on. And of course, we're going to make all that worse by getting rid of the census. Happy days. So, unfortunately, too late to put in your submission, but I'm hoping that you already have, because this is a real problem for us. But let me give you some ideas of why structural change over time matters. And it's because structural change is personally felt. This is about what's happened to the stock ownership in New Zealand since 1986 to 2018. The number of houses that we have in the stock went up 53%. The number of houses in owner occupation only went up 37%. The number of houses in the hands of private property investors went up 191%. What that means is that they're predating of the existing low-cost housing stock. This is both here and overseas, we see that a lot. And that's why I say to you, if someone says we don't have enough rental housing, I say, don't we? How come? Because the stock, private rental stock's gone up 191%. How could that possibly be? Well, it could possibly be because there's a whole lot of problems with people being able to get out into owner occupation. So I'm not going to go through all of these because otherwise I'll rave on forever, but I am going to talk about this particular graph. I put them in there for you so that when you've got it on paper you can have a look at it, and if you can't make sense of it, you can tell me. What this graph shows, though, is what happens when you take out investment in housing in New Zealand. So this is government investment from 1960 approximately to 2012, and the red blips are all the capital assistance, not just, not demand side assistance, but capital assistance that went into the stock. And you can see it absolutely fell away in the 1990s, early 1990s. The purple line tells you the proportion of new stock that is low-cost stock, that is in the lower quartile. And interestingly enough, they look very similar, don't they? So in the 1960s, we ended up with about 30% of the new built stock being directed to low-income households. By 2012, it was less than 10%. And people can sort of say, well, that's the housing, the building industry doesn't do the right job. They're not building low cost. You're right, they're not. And why would they? There's no money in it. And the money in it was generated by a particular way of investing. And so what we got was really a withering away of our low-cost housing production. And we also got a whole lot of stories about its build costs that mattered. Actually, build costs are not what drives housing prices in New Zealand, and it didn't cause the demise of low-cost housing production. If you look at real costs as opposed to nominal, for the same size dwellings, then actually the costs are not that great. There was a bit of a boost up in the early 2000s, which is really to do with liquidity. At the same time, what we also had was significant inflation. And I just want to talk about the starter home. I don't know if any of you know about the starter home. This is an architecturally designed as a standard design to go out into the community, which was built on some KO land but sold into the private market, designed by 3A architects, won a competition. I was a judge of that competition. It is, the beauty of the house has nothing to do with me judging it. I was merely responding to fantastic architecture. It's very, very well insulated. It had solar. It had all the bells and whistles, all the things that you say you can't have in low-cost housing. And what we see here is that when it went onto market, so you've got a little picture of it on the side. It's in Auckland here. And a number of these were built around the country. And when you have a look at that first house, you look at the blues, which are the value of that house. Nothing happened to the house, didn't change, didn't expand, didn't get greater and bigger, just went up in price. It's house price inflation for you. So up at one stage to well over, close to $1 million, then sort of fell slightly back. What's really important in that area, if you look at the private renters that could actually get access to that house in 2010 when it came onto the market. Fortunately, the people who bought it for the second time, which was very close to the first time, they've stayed in it because they're sensible. No, housing's about use, not about capital gain and investment. Sell high, buy high. So, but the proportion of renters in that area that could have afforded that house at the time was 42% of renters could have afforded that. By 2023, 21%. I'm a great believer of not taxing people if it can be avoided. I'm also a great believer of taxing value which isn't worked for. And capital gains of this nature are not worked for. They're a windfall gain. They're an appropriation of others' investments into the hands of a small number. And that's why, and I'd say this, and I have said this, I think capital gains is really important. I'd like to see it circular funded. Okay, and what we know in New Zealand is that housing costs are the big drivers of inequality. So in the AH, which is the red line, and the BH is before housing costs, AH is housing costs. And these lines show you how much inequality in our country has increased or decreased. And interestingly enough, you can see that it's after housing costs, not before housing costs, it's after housing costs which generates and drives a lot of inequality. I was going to go on about the census, but I just can't be. I've had it with it. I'm past it. So you'll just have to read that. I just can't stand it. So we're just going to move on. So what we've got in our world is that we've got this housing welfare as a means which you don't deal with housing and housing the world properly. You deal with a small group of people that you think you can't avoid and who truly do have a humanitarian, extreme humanitarian need, no doubt about that. But essentially, you just treat them as a welfare problem, not as the victims, among many, of a structural problem, and then you try to reduce the amount that you expend on them, or you make other people do it for you, or you do the dirty work of it. And what's interesting is that I still haven't worked out, I don't know if you have, is with the new rules around IRRS. If you've got an IRRS tenant, are you expected now to potentially evict them, review their tenancy? Well, not evict them, they won't be evicted, it'll be their tenancy would be terminated under certain conditions. Are you the agent of the state in that now? I don't know. You might know. I don't know. That welfareism has led to the very predictable announcements that we had in the last, 3 weeks ago now, 4 weeks ago, I guess. What we actually need to do, government and the chip sector, we need a radical break. And that's not about having more flexible funding around the same thing again. We need a real radical break that focuses on the housing system and get us all engaged in it. And that radical break is something that we avoid. We avoid because we like what we know. We avoid because we become implicated financially and emotionally in it. We don't do radical breaks because we don't know what the hell to do. And I can remember once that Ganesh, Nana and I were talking about something, we both sort of actually physically put our heads on the table, but it was almost to the point of, what do we do? How can we get out of this straitjacket? And that's what I want to have a talk now about that and setting off on a new course. And I think we need to recognise that the current system is still demand-side driven. There's supply-side issues. We have some occasional supply-side investment. That needs to be worked on a lot more, but I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to talk about the housing assistance architecture. And what we have in that architecture is what I call a very rigid bicameral architecture. You have two rooms you go into. You either go into the AS, which is untied, you float around in there. We all know the AS is not effective and doesn't make the world a lot better. It gives you some money, so it does in that sense, but it doesn't actually deal with the accommodation problems. Or you go into the IRRS, which is tied to a provider and that provider dividing a house. Both have failed. IRRS only came back in because the AS failed in 1996, so it came back in the early 1990s, but they're both very expensive. They are both ineffective and they essentially lead us to trying to do more and more on less and less and less. And so what you will see, predictably, is that the eligibility for those forms of assistance will get tighter and tighter, and the entitlement will get smaller and smaller and more precarious. Is this a surprise? Well, it wasn't a surprise in the 1990s when they did the reforms, but it takes a long time for these to work their way out. And the thing about the whole housing assistance package that we have at the moment, which was in the 1990s, if you haven't got it working right after 30 years, it's unlikely to suddenly come right. We do have a situation where in New Zealand we experiment with all sorts of things and we say, oh, well, you've had 8 months and it's not right, so when, it's all over, thank you, I'm not doing that anymore, we're not giving money for that sort of thing. We do a lot of that in New Zealand. Interestingly, the thing that isn't working right, really not working right, we've been sitting back here for 30 years, watching it not work right. And we add on bits and pieces to try and make it work right and pretend that it's working right. And I think Paul talked about, facing up to where we have been and where we're going. We could have something which would have been a radical change, but we didn't. We could have a tricameral, a 3-room system, which would take pressure off the IRRS, would deliver long-term security missing from the AES, supplemented by the TAS, which is poor. And it would provide security for where governments no longer feel prepared to deliver to IRR recipients. And it provides a pathway for friendly landlords. And who is the great bulk of friendly landlords in this country? You guys are. You're the ones that care about that, not by getting money for wraparound services, but just by being a skin-in-the-game landlord, prepared to deliver good housing and good tenancy management. It's not an additional service, I might say. Tenancy is just part of housing. It's not an add-on, even though some people like to think of it like that. So we could develop a tide subsidy, which is targeted to those in affordable housing need, but are not going to get IRRS for whom AS is ineffective, and for whom IRRS is going to be short-term and precarious rather than long-term and secure. And so a tide subsidy, you do it on skin-in-the-game landlords. Dare I say it, there are some service landlords in the private sector who are skin-in-the-game landlords. They're good landlords. But the AS deals with good landlords as badly it does with bad landlords. It doesn't matter how good or bad you are, you can still have your tenant getting this money. It would require that landlords were prepared to pay a rent which will be below the market rent probably, possibly of 80% of the market rent, and I mean stock rents, not flow rents, and that landlords who get that privilege of tide, because it would get paid direct to them on behalf of the individual, who get that privilege would give up the no-fault termination. Of course, eviction always remains. You can always evict for cause. That was never the case. And I have to say, one of the biggest shocks I had from the backwards and forwards about tenancy thing was to hear that some members of the community sector said that no-fault termination was a bad thing, and they would be quite happy to have no-fault termination back. Why would you want to do that? Because if you've got a bad tenant who's creating havoc to you and their neighbours and possibly members of their own household, you can deal with that under the law. You don't have to have a no-fault. No-fault termination is the lazy landlord's way of dealing with people and not focusing on them. And so that would mean a very different new course for landlords, which goes beyond becoming the agent of government through these subsidies. And what would it mean? Can chips still? Well, whoops, someone's turned me off, so that obviously no, I'm back. Talk too long, get out of here. Turn off the lights. Of course, people can be served in housing. Yes, specialist housing, and notably under the current regime, specialist housing, true specialist housing, has been underfunded. It's been dragged out of the funding net. It's been, poorly serviced. We always hear this thing about high and complex need. Almost everyone has got a high and complex need these days. But actually there are people that really, really, really do, and they need funding streams that recognise that. Not just a bit of IRS thrown at them. They need a hell of a lot more than that. Yes, IRRs, but also yes to an affordable housing provision. And you've got about 330,000 people, 123,000 households who are paying more than the odds in their rent to private landlords. Surely we can provide better for them and still make ends meet and become a sovereign part of the housing system, not simply an agent of central government and the housing system. So that's about all I have to say on that.
Okay, I've got one question for you.
Okay.
How would this tricameral system work? Is it a new thing on top of what's there, or instead of what's there?
Well, I think it's a new house, so to speak. So it's a 3-roomed house, not a 2-roomed house. So you don't, like all good architecture, try and get what you want at the beginning, not at the end. You know, don't tack on. But it would still use those parts that are still there. You can have AS. There's good things about AS. It's very flexible geographically. It's not tied to a stock unit being there. People can access it in useful ways. There's issues about, you know, the settings of it. That's a real problem. It's issues about lack of fiscal control over it, also a real problem. So, and you could possibly have IRRS2, which is tied to state housing, but would take the pressure off those. But I guess I would see a tie, which I would call as, a sort of rental assistance partnership, which is a partnership between providers, tenants, and with some government assistance through that mechanism. I really see that as a way of opening up and dealing with the precarious people, the people who are suffering. No one wants it. Some of you may be paying more than 50% in rent at the moment. No one should be doing that. No one. So, particularly if you're on low middle incomes, of course. So I see it as adding, but in a proper envelope. So you understand how they fit together, not another Frankenstein's tack on. That's not the point.
Do we have any questions for
I've got a whole set of questions on here, shall I? Ingrid, where can I see? Oh, she's over there. Should we boycott the Flaxel Fund? Hell no. But just, of course you shouldn't, because you need money in the system. What you need to do is make sure you're doing it on the terms that are good for you and the people that you not only currently serve, but for the housing system who need to be served by the housing system. That's not straightforward, but it does require a different sort of thing. I mean, you know, Paul said, oh, we can't keep looking back, and that's sort of, I mean, it's true. But I also look back at the old shoe fund, which was incredibly effective. And I sort of think, oh, God. So we got to sort out the capital side, absolutely.
Kay, there's a second question really, which is asking, what is the one thing governments or organisations could do right now to improve social housing?
Well, firstly, it's got to recognise social housing isn't just IRRS, so there's going to be two, I'm afraid. You know, isn't the only social housing in the world, and this nonsense that IRRS housing is the only social housing that we do. So I'm using it in affordable housing for low and middle income people. Diversify the stock. Diversify the prices, diversify the people that are served. And in that sense, would go back. Every time we did redirects under the IRRS model, we took houses away from that precarious group of people paying 50% or more their incomes. That's what redirects did. It's a hard thought, isn't it? We made people even more precarious by doing that. And actually, government did, blow the whistle on it, rightly so, eventually.
Just one final question. Can we solve these sorts of issues when we still have this incentive to make tax-free capital gains on the unearned increase in the wealth, particularly of the land?
I'm a great believer now that we need to have capital gains. Unfortunately, I'm also a believer that we should be using that capital gains not to go into the core business of government, which is health funding for kids, but absolutely revolve it into low-cost housing and housing provision, associated with some retention mechanisms, and remembering that it's health which lies at the basis of kids' health. So there you are, I'm being really apolitical, aren't I? I think I've shot at everyone.
Thank you very much. Please join with me in thanking. And of course, we could have gone on for years. Okay, it's time now to find out what's been going on in the sector with some recent events, chances for people to get together. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Ali Hamlin-Paenga, who is here, I hope. Yes, thank you very much. And we should have Dr. Karamia Müller as well. We are going to find out some more about the National Māori Housing Conference, which happened last year, and the symposium on Pacific housing from yesterday. And hopefully Peter Stowers. No, but we've got Paul.
I'm just trying to find Peter, so apologies. But and there are a number of you actually in the room here who were at the Pacific Symposium yesterday. So we're probably going to open up quite early on after Ali has woven in the National Māori Housing Hui. Oh, Peter, you're here. Awesome. Good timing, brother. So Peter's going to talk about the symposium yesterday, and then we might go, after Ali and Peter have spoken, we might go to the broader group in the room here, because a number of people who attended the conference, including Ali, in Samoa, because what we're doing now is weaving some of those narratives together. So over to you, e hoa.
Kia ora. Ata Māori e koutou. Thank you, Paul, for allowing a space for Te Matapahi to share what has happened for us since the National Māori Housing Conference. So just touching on some of the key themes that came through the conference. One that was most significant was around governance and how the governance structures of many of our organisations are operating. One of the key, about three key messages I think that came through, and this was also through the presentation that Shamubil gave us, which is available on our platform. So he talked about when you're in governance and you're there to add value, when you've finished adding your value, move on for the next lot of value. So sometimes we can stay in those governance positions for too long and not make a difference. And we have to make way for the next round of value. So that was one point. Another point that we see quite often is actually the role of governance is to make a decision. You know, make the decision. Too much hui and not enough dui, and then we just still talking about the same thing, the fourth quarter. And that doesn't allow your CEO to operate and advance the vision of the organisation. And I think part of that too is if the decision is wrong, that's all right, just don't do it again and and keep working through until you find and land where you need to land. And another key message around that is the support that you give your CEO. You've got one employer, and that's your CEO. And you need to ensure that your CEO has the resources, has the ability to do what they need to do, and stay out of their lane. Because you employ them because you trusted them, and you need them to do what what the organisational strategy says. If that's not working, well, then you might have to go to market. Just saying. And I think the relationship between the chair and your CE is critical. It's critical to advancing that mission and critical to ensuring the stability of the organisation. So that's one key point from the conference. The second one was around financial frameworks and how these work. As many of you know, a lot of Māori providers don't necessarily have the scale to advance financially in today's current settings. And that's a real issue for Māori providers. And the policy settings don't allow us to do that. So for example, in many of our smaller rural regions, to end their housing crisis, they only need 10 homes. They need 10 homes and they'll end that crisis. And so we have to think about ways, more innovative ways of working together to ensure that those smaller scale models of delivery can be delivered. Because if you count up all of those smaller scale models around the country, they'll be bigger than the bigger scale models that are getting funded. And so we have to really think about that. Finally, one of the key...
What's stopping those 10 houses from being built?
Well, a lot of our smaller, where those houses are on whenua Māori, there's no infrastructure. So the cost to build increases. That's one thing. Unlocking Māori land has been a big issue because we have a lot of councils that, there's no standardised way forward, for resource consents and those types of matters. And they're usually pushed to the back of the lineup, and waterways are getting diverted off our lands for bigger investments. And we have that in places like Whangaroa, where the waterways run through their whenua Māori and it's been diverted, and they're all on water tanks. So those are some of the examples, and so financing becomes really complex and really hard. Finally, one of the things that was very prominent in our conference, it was the first time that the National Māori Housing Conference hosted Indigenous groups from around the world. So we were lucky enough to have representation from Hawaii, China, Pacific Islands, Australia, and a number of other countries to join us and share with us some of the Indigenous solutions that they are working towards. And so at the conference, Te Matapahi supported our Indigenous people from around the world, and collectively we launched the World Indigenous Housing Alliance. And it was really significant because when you think about what we experience around the world as Indigenous people, it's very similar. So to be able to launch that alliance on the treaty grounds was a real experience that was felt by all of the whānau that came from around the world. We have an Indigenous lawyer that is working on our foundation documents. She's from Canada, and we'll be using those to lean in to various international organisations, but also coming together to mobilise as Indigenous people to deliver solutions that work for us and not be given solutions that others might think will work for us. Because we actually know what we're doing, and we're really good at it, and we know our people. And generally, most of our solutions actually work for everybody.
Ali, could you talk about some of the really interesting examples you heard about from those visitors from those other organisations?
Yeah, one in particular from Australia who we're hearing about is the Aboriginal Land Council, and they have built a whole circular community whereby they have housing for students that are attending the local university. They have social housing, which is responding to homelessness and similar similar situations like we have here in New Zealand. They have a commercial arm where their commercialisation of some of their businesses comes back into the social arm. And they actually were able to do that through an investment by a property developer who sat on the peripheral of their community, of their suburb. And he felt that it would benefit him if those people, his neighbours, were taken care of. It would benefit him in his commercial ventures. And so those, through relationships with Indigenous and other Indigenous, because that developer was Indigenous too, they were able to create some of those solutions. I think other solutions that are coming forward too is even our local solutions. We have a lot of Māori architects and designers, and Pacifica as well, who are building intergenerational homes and not trying to put us in 1 and 2 beddies, because they don't work. And the long-term cost of building those intergenerational homes with the right spaces, the right topology, and the right collective spaces, actually in the long term brings about lower cost. And so that's one example. And other examples. But just finally, before I hand it over, because you know me, I can talk for you. So one of the things that Te Matapihi has committed to is that Indigenous relationship and collectivising a lot of data around that. And so before the FTA was signed, and without government, we have been able to work with the Indian consulate to take a Māori delegation over to India to look at the sustainable building products and what they look like to bring them to use on our papakainga and our whenua Māori. We're also looking at infrastructure investment and also some collaborative research and sharing some of our solutions with them, and our AI and technical capability, which we, so those are the areas that we will be looking to progress with them, and also to do an exchange of rangatahi into the business school over there to build our capability in some of those technical areas for us. And so, yeah, we're really pleased that we were able to do that. And we will be including other Indigenous partners to come and join us so that we can do this and mobilise together so that we can bring these solutions and try and, I think I've heard the word diversify, so that we too can diversify. And I mean, the final key thing from the conference was, how do we do this without government? So we have to think big. And we have to go there and we have to take some risks, and that's why we need our boards to be a bit courageous and take some risk. So yeah, kia ora, thank you.
So, Peter, you've got a presentation for us. Go for it. Do you need the clicker? Yep.
AV team, just checking, have you got the presentation from Peter Stowers? Yes, thumbs up. So there's a clicker up there, Peter.
Cool.
Oh, okay. Kia ora, kia orana, whakalofalahi atu, mā loe lelei ni sampula vinaka, tāloha ni, whakalofa atu, Tālofa lava, and warm Pacific greetings. My name is Peter Stowers. I'm the Pacific Relationship Manager at Community Housing Aotearoa, being there for just over 3 years, leading and co-creating the Pacific housing space within Community Housing Aotearoa. Yesterday we had our symposium. We had the first or inaugural Pacific Housing Symposium. Was held at the Whale Samoa, the Consulate General of Samoa in Mangere. About 180 people attended, and I'd really like to acknowledge the participation and also the attendance of people who were there yesterday. what you shared was very valuable to our journey in the Pacific housing space. So the title was Ole mea e tupu nei, te pina i tāu, means we know what happened. A lot of good stuff, a lot of stuff that needs fixing or needs changing, but we also know how we can actually help sort. We also have solutions and how we can help improve the well-being of our people going forward. I also like to acknowledge our collaborating partner in hosting yesterday's event, the Māori and Pacific Research Unit at the University of Auckland. Apologies that my co-presenter today, Dr. Karamia Müller, couldn't make it. Her family are not well, so thank you. All right. Here are some photos from the lovely event yesterday. So if you haven't been to the Whale Samoa, you're most welcome to go for a visit. What are some of the key messages from yesterday? I would like to start with the last note from Aupito William Seal, who was a former Member of Parliament for Mangere, a Samoan High Chief. He quote, and I quote, "Elena ole fale, ai ole ano fale." Means it's not just the physical nature of the house, but it's actually everything that's inside, outside, the overall well-being of the house. A home is more than just a house. So it needs to be livable and we need to be comfortable as well. So here are some of the key messages. Yesterday we also launched a document which is an account of the Pacific work at Community Housing Aotearoa in the last 3 years. And these are some of the key messages. So we look at what's the current state of Pacific community housing. So from the last census, 2023, we all know Pacific population is growing. 8% of the overall population. They're young. The median age is 25 years. Compared to any other ethnic groups within New Zealand. They love to live large. They like to actually have more people in the homes. Pacific households are larger than European, Māori, and Asian households. They're more likely to those of other ethnic groups. Pacific households were more likely to be multiple family households. Our papas love to play around with their grandchildren. Very similar to Māori. Pacific families had the highest percentage in families with adult children. We love our older people, our parents, our grandparents like to have our children around us. Pacific home ownership in Aotearoa has declined. In the 1980s, it was 50% of Pacific people were actually owning homes. Fast forward that to now, for 2023, only 16%. So it's dropping dramatically. So on the other side of that also let me more Pacific people are living or renting houses that they do not own. I think that's where the role of CHIPS comes in very, very important for Pacific families. A quarter of all Pacific households experienced severe housing deprivation in Aotearoa, A quarter of all households experiencing severe housing deprivation in Aotearoa are identified as Pacific. A rare 6 times higher than of New Zealand Europeans. Overcrowding affects 39% of Pacific peoples living in private homes, compared with 21% of Māori and 11% of New Zealand Europeans. So this topic used to be hidden for Pacific communities. It's a topic that we don't really want to talk about, but conversations like what Community Housing Aotearoa has had with our Pacific leaders, Pacific who works within mainstream, we start to bring this out. So it's very, very important. But we also identify Kaingaora is the largest single tenant, meaning the landlord for Pacific The report by the end of last year from Kaingaora, 25% of Kaingaora tenants or clients are Pacific. That's 1/4 of Kaingaora clients or tenants. That represents 27% of the tenancies. So Kaingaora is very, very important to Pacific. So what are some of the key messages? So in the last 3 years, CHA has been holding conversations with Pacific leaders from up and down the country. These are some of the key messages that came out. We need a culturally responsive housing system. The housing register does not adequately reflect the way Pacific ways of living. I think a lot of us know that. The way that data is collected using the current housing system, it does not reflect the Pacific way of living. We need data evidence. We need better ways to tell our story. And I think with the shift away from the traditional census model towards an admin-first approach based on a smaller household sample, the depth of Pacific-specific insights available to policymakers is likely to diminish. So I think getting rid of the census is going to have a huge impact on information for Pacific. Expanding Pacific home ownership, affordability and access barriers. Home ownership, it's still an aspiration for most Pacific families, but it's also another way that we've identified. We realize there is a high number, there are Pacific churches, Pacific community, Pacific-led organizations that are land-rich, cash-poor. We also learned there were systems in the past, there were products in the past that really helps community housing providers accelerate their services. Why don't we consider some of them, like the HIF funding in the past? These guys got land, which is a rare product for places like Auckland, Wellington, and I think a major cities. So we need to look at how can actually, we don't need to support every year. These guys only need something to accelerate. We only need an accelerator or an enabler to kick off their service. Integrating Pacific values into policy and design. That was one of the key topics that was discussed yesterday. And presentations by Dr. Charmaine from the University of Auckland. She talks about some of the models. Penina Trust in the Rose Hill developments, they actually piloted this model of integrating Pacific values in the way we design houses. And I quote from Rowena yesterday that we need to build our house thinking of when we actually passed or in our funeral in a Pacific way. Because you need bigger hallways, you need bigger bedrooms. Bedrooms for 4 or 5, not for just 2. Good flow from kitchen to dining area, even to the carriage. What was shared yesterday, with the way an increasing population in overall New Zealand, we need to think of using the spaces smartly. And also, like to acknowledge, yesterday we had another young lady from Auckland University of Technology, but she created a tool called Indigenous Tool for designers and architects, which is really, really, really amazing. So it's really great to see our young people in the architect field are taking this seriously in their studies. Towards better coordination. What we learned as well is that sectors are working in silos. Health, social services, but we're all important that everything happens within the house. So we really need to work in better, working together. We also realized that from previous government policies, there's been a huge focus on just Pacific-led. But what we say now is that we need everyone not just Pacific-led. We need everyone, especially in this room as well. Because if you imagine what will the Pacific community look like without the support of our mainstream, especially in the major cities. And I'd like to acknowledge some of our mainstream that actually acknowledge and even have Pacific strategies to make sure that they improve or the way they serve Pacific communities. So I'd like to end just a quote from one of the CHA members. We actually ran a survey beginning of the year, asking our members, community asking our Aotearoa members, in terms of what they do for Pacific and how they serve the Pacific communities. And I'd like to end this lovely quote from one of our members. Improving housing outcomes for Pacific communities requires culturally anchored, community-led solutions. The greater opportunity lies in the backing of Pacific strengths, strong families, systems, faith networks, and collective values to deliver sustainable housing outcomes. And I'd like to acknowledge, yesterday we also acknowledged the leadership of Tupuola Roine Lealai Auloto of Benina Trust. They were the first Pacific-led registered chip. It's one of the second at the moment. So in the Pacific-led, we only have 2 Pacific-led chips at the moment. So, but Benina Trust being the first, got their status in 2008. I'd like to acknowledge it for great service in the community. And Prof. Te Lava, thank you very much.
Peter, thank you very much. Grab a microphone, because I've got a few questions. And I'm sure there's some more that are coming in on the screen up there. But while that's happening, could you explain for me, when you talk about the housing register, why this is an issue for many Pacific communities?
Yeah, I think some of us in the room understand, because the way family information are gathered within the system, what I know is that I think once a child has gone over the age of 18, you register as one family unit. That's not how Pacific lives. And I think that's also the impact of that is how the government, especially in terms of their building kind older houses, are pretty focused on 1 and 2 bedrooms, which is actually something that I was part of a reference group for Mangere residents, because they're building new houses in Mangere, and they were the priorities. And they said, no, does not reflect families who live in Mangere, 1 and 2 bedrooms. I said, oh, what's what the data says? I said, where'd you get your data?
So what sort of responses are you getting from Kaingaora? And also, what other types of housing is being built that works better?
We understand that the Ministry of Urban Housing Development is aware of it. They are aware of there's some of the challenges in the current system. I think it comes down to their design. I mean, I don't want to tell them what to do, but I think our role is, this is the issues and the challenges we're facing with the current plans and current systems. Because when we have conversations in Christchurch last year with the Pacific communities, our Pacific staff at Kaingaora down there said, well, they have more, they ran out of 3 and 4 bedrooms, but they have 1 and 2s available. So what's that mean? So we need bigger homes, not 1 and 2s.
You talked about some organisations being land rich and cash poor. What are the ways to solve that issue, or where are you seeing examples of people finding ways through?
Yeah, I'm talking specifically about the Pacific communities that we're currently working with. There's a Samoan, there's a Pacific saying that it takes a village to raise a child. And the village setting here, we refer to for some of the Pacific communities, churches. So churches play a huge part. And we are currently working with churches that have a lot of land. And one church, I won't mention the name, they had a conference here in New Zealand last year, and they made a call that they made all their surplus land available for social housing. So we're currently working with them to get their community housing provider status so they can have access to that. There's also, so that's the conversation with, in the Cook Island communities, it's strong, I think, in terms of island-based. So we've also know of some of the Cook Islands here that got a lot of land. They actually need, but they need to have the status so they can actually build it for the people.
Great. Do we have any questions from the audience that we can throw up onto the screen, or anyone wants to jump out? Here we go. Let's see what we get.
Just while the questions are coming through, a little bit more weaving, because now we've heard a little bit of the richness of the National Māori Housing Conference and the symposium yesterday. Just as you are in this space, just want to recognise there's a whole lot of weaving going on outside. So up on the top level, there is a photographic and portrait exhibition of older adults who've experienced homelessness, who have started a campaign raising awareness for our kaumātua in Aotearoa. Down through that space, down at the next level, is an exhibit that has been curated with the support of Pānia Newton and the team from Iha Mātou, so go and have a look at that. We've got student work, all from AUT students who knew you were coming, and they wanted to show some of their best stuff off for you, to have their aspirations to work in our sector. So a lot of that work is spread around on 3 whole layers all around here. So please do take time to engage with also those pieces of work, and some of the students and people involved in those things will be around. So just letting you know that there's an activation on every level here while we're here in this place.
Yes.
Thank you. For many years, the building of houses has been based on the MSD general wait list, and as we've heard, it doesn't capture the family unit, especially multi-generational household where there could be 2, 3, all living under the same roof. I keep hearing it, but it seems nothing's been done to correct the information, especially like we have the census. People are afraid to complete census. Why has that not been made user-friendly so that people are more feeling unafraid to declare the household that's in there? And because I think the building of the bigger homes should be based truthfully, and I think census data can capture that if people are not afraid to be declaring who's living in the homes, and that's what historically has been. The other thing is, why are CHIP information, like we all work in separate areas, and the CHIP organisations are growing, and I'm sure some resource can go into there to capture the correct number of families that are living in, for example, social housing homes. We need to really put some resource into each CHIP to capture the information, which I believe can influence the size, the typology, the bigger homes, instead of just a 1 and 2, which is normally based on the MSD register, which doesn't capture truthfully who's living in the home.
So Peter, yep.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's a couple of things in there. I think one thing I want to go to, though, is trusting the community sector. Because yes, we have a register, and yes, it's based on, the data, the stats and things like that. But I think there's a call to government to trust the community sector, because if the community sector say they need 4-bedroom houses, then they actually do, because they don't just say it. They don't get up in the morning and just say, I'm going to say that we need 4 beddies. You know, you just don't, that's just not a reality. So I think, you know, there's a call there where, and we've been saying this for years, you know, trust the community sector. I agree in terms of the register, because they want to know everything except what colour undies you're wearing. They want it, and then what do they do with the information when they get it? What are they going to do about it? Because they're not social workers. They're not whānau ora navigators. They're not doctors. They're not, you know, so there's that discussion, and we continue to have that. But I think that now's a good opportunity, and I know there's not a lot of opportunity, but with the new social reforms that are coming out, they are looking at changing. They want, you know, they want to hear from the sector about how they can change the register. So I think there is an opportunity for everybody to actually send it in. If they ask for it, I know we've been doing submission after submission after submission, but I think we need to mobilise that side of the sector as well. And whilst Te Matapihi and CHA play a major role in advocating in, it's also important for you all to do that. And we have templates and we have things that you can use that can make it easier for you to put that information forward. But I think some of the reforms that we don't like and we don't agree with, feedback. Because sitting and moaning not going to do nothing. So you actually have to feedback. So I think some of those things are really important to make the change.
So Peter, you mentioned in your presentation the issues with the census, because we're not going to have another census like that census. It's going to be admin data. What are the problems that might come about through the admin data way of doing it? And maybe it's actually better than the census.
I guess we just have to wait and see. Because we just, I think if you look at the way the census, they've improved a lot actually in terms of capturing Pacific in the last 4 or 5 censuses. But I guess, yeah, it's where's that and how's that information going to be captured? I think is the question. But I love the point that was mentioned as well. I guess that's also a call for us in the chip sector. Because one of the I think the challenges for us as well, working with new chips or community organizers who wants to become chips, is HUD doesn't want to know about your wraparound service. But that's key and part of what we do as a community sector. So I guess it's a call for us as a sector. Well, maybe not to wait what's going to come because we might not like it. But maybe looking at, okay, how we can actually improve the way we tell our story. Yeah.
Ali, there's a question on the screen there about building and resource consents. You mentioned this issue in rural areas where common ownership of land and also the need for water infrastructure means sometimes the councils aren't very helpful or able to give resource consents and also help out with the infrastructure that's needed. What are the changes that could be made around resource consents and that sort of thing? I know there's a big shift going on with RMAs, but what changes could be made to try and solve that problem?
Yeah, I think one example, and we've had these conversations, I think together with Chris Bishop and Minister Pink around the standardisation of the RMA process across all councils and what that looks like. That will also, so putting that to them, what we've gone to them as in terms of Te Matapihi is if we get a standardised function, we can build the technology and the data centres to support those applications, which would then release the pressure on councils to manage that process. And that's some of the work that Te Matapihi is doing through an MBIA process about how do you build that type of infrastructure to support the standardisation through building our own source of knowledge and keeping them in those data centres to protect that data sovereignty as well.
I'll add to that, Ali, thank you, because actually there, as you are all aware, there is an enormous amount of change going on, and tomorrow morning Chris Bishop will be here, and I've asked him in his address to focus very much, because you've given us quite direct feedback over the years of conferences that you don't want party political campaign notices, you want to hear about the stuff that matters. So the brief to Chris Bishop tomorrow was around talking about the things that he's working on that will endure multiple political cycles, and there's an expectation from us as the conference that he will be talking with other political parties about those settings, those policy settings, those funding settings that will deliver across multiple governments. And so we've got a unique situation, and some very good work is being done. And with Bishop, we've got someone who's got infrastructure, RMA reform and housing, as well as associate finance. So we've got a unique opportunity, and we'll ask you later in the day using the conference app to let us know if there are any other things you want us to put to Chris before he comes and addresses you tomorrow. And the same opportunity is available with Kieran McAnulty, who'll be speaking a little bit later. But there's a big tidy up going on, and actually Chris Penk has been doing some excellent work on clearing out some of the mess and the blockages that are in the system. And so long may that continue, because it's been complex and difficult to get stuff over the line, and really there were some historic examples where community housing projects would get fast-tracked by local government and guided and supported through. Let's do that again, because that was awesome when we did that, and we got things through much more quickly and at lower risk.
Fantastic. I think Chris Bishop is going to get some interesting questions tomorrow about wide hallways and houses with 4 or 5 bedrooms, including bedrooms that can sleep 4 or 5. I'm looking forward to that. And on that issue, one of the most inspiring things for me around housing in the last year was a visit to Cannons Creek and to the Central Pacific Collective project. If those of you who don't know about it or haven't seen it, I'd recommend a visit. The most amazing group of homes that gather around a whale, and fantastic. $298,000 for a home. Hey, it's time now for lunch, and then we've got a couple of sessions where you can have breakouts, and there's a smorgasbord of fantastic choices. But before I let you out the door, I have to tell you one thing. We've been advised, absolutely rightly, that the whole campus is a no-smoking area. So just in case you happen to be one of those smokers, unfortunately you have to cross the road and be off campus. So we welcome you all back after the lunch break. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Peter. Almost well done. You're doing a great job of keeping us on time.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Kia ora and welcome back. It's great to see you all here. This is almost as good as a dog whistle, I think. Well, it's been a day full of learning and meeting old friends and making connections, and I hope you've all had a good dose of coffee or jet planes or whatever it is that gets you going, because now it's time to hear about the platform that Community Housing Aotearoa are building to help get the useful information out. There is going to be the good AI in it. Paul is going to talk about it, and maybe he's the new Claude. So, Paul, come on up first. No pressure.
We will get into that in a second, but I just also want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, because without our sponsors this whole thing would not be possible, and so huge shout out to them. And please do, in the breaks, I know you've been doing it already because they've all been saying that you've been talking to them, but if you get a chance to get out there into the stalls and the stands and engage with them and have a chat with them, they don't bite. And they are supportive of CHA, so we want to be supportive of them, so a huge thank you to them. Hey, we're going to mix the session up a little bit. I will talk about the CHA Hub in a sec, but first I would like to introduce you to our friend Jo Gallagher, who is joining us here from the Electoral Commission. She's been sitting downstairs manning a stall with all the Electoral Commission information, and I've asked her to come and talk with you today to clarify what's okay and what's not okay with regards to you and your staff, if there's any Cs in the room, and I know there are a lot of you in here, encouraging your staff and also encouraging your tenants in your homes to get registered and to vote, because we love democracy. The alternatives are not great. So Jo, come on up and let's hear what you've got to say about the election and how people can prepare for it. Welcome.
Ka pai tēnā koutou, tēnei ahu ka mihi ki ngā kia koutou katoa, ki ngā kōrero katoa, kua whakawhāriki hia kētia I mua I ahau. Ko Jo Gallagher tōku ingoa, huri ahau no te whānota, no te taitoki rau te aupōri I Ngāti Kahu. As Paul said, I'm a kaimahi at the Electoral Commission Te Kaitiaki Take Kōwhiri. As I listened to some of the kōrero today, I kept trying to come back to the theme of the conference. And delivering for today and preparing for tomorrow. Because while community housing providers are focused every day on delivering for our people now, for today, we're also helping shape the future of our whānau and our communities. Ne? And one of the most important ways that whānau, that New Zealanders can shape the future is participation through our democracy. Democracy is a collective effort. Democracy works best when everyone has an equal opportunity to take part, and it's a collective responsibility. Ensuring that all whānau can participate is not solely the job of the Electoral Commission, it's on all of us. It is something that all of us as trusted whānau members, as trusted organisations, people who are embedded into our hapori, can help make possible. I want to talk about the role that all of us in this room can play in making this happen. As I understand it, the Community Housing Aotearoa network serves around 26,000 households. That's tens of thousands of people, tens of thousands of New Zealanders whose lives intersect every day with us, with housing providers, with tenancy managers, with support workers, with frontline workers. And for many of those households, I get it, life's busy, it's complicated and often overwhelming. Many are navigating the realities of poverty. They may be moving frequently, they may be transient, balancing work, childcare, health challenges, te mea. For many of us, simply staying on top of these everyday admin tasks can be boring and difficult. That's exactly why this year's general election presents both an opportunity and a challenge. This year, there's been a few key changes to electoral law. In previous elections, people could just rock up to a voting booth, enrol during voting period, and cast a special vote at the same time. That's no longer possible. For the 2026 GE, people must be enrolled before the advanced voting period begins. There are now 2 separate steps. First, enrol. The goal is to make enrolment and voting a normal part of our community life. Imagine the difference we could all make if every provider represented in this room at this conference made enrolment and voting part of their engagement with your whānau and your tenants over the coming months. Imagine if every frontline kaimahi felt confident reminding people to check their enrolment and make sure that their details are up to date. Imagine if every housing provider displayed information in their whare, shared reminders and encouraged participation. The combined reach of everyone in this room is extraordinary. Collectively, we all have relationships, we all have hononga with thousands of households across Aotearoa. That reach has the potential to make a real difference. The 2026 GE will be held on the 7th of November and advanced voting begins on the 26th of October. But the most important date for us to remember for now is actually before then. The 25th of October is the date in which we all need to be enrolled by. If we're not enrolled by that date, we can't vote, we can't participate. So the earlier we can help each other and our whānau that we work with get organised, the better. Participation shouldn't be determined by who has the most time, the least stress, the better circumstances. Everyone in Aotearoa deserves the opportunity to have their say. So my wero to all of you today is to take this message back to your whānau, to your hapori and your organisations. Encourage your staff to enrol early, encourage your staff to vote. Encourage your whānau and tenants to enrol early and then to vote. And to help ensure that the thousands of households served by everyone in this room has the opportunity to participate in one of the most important democratic events that we hold in this country every 3 years. Collectively, we can help to make sure that the voices of all New Zealanders are heard. And to help support that work, I've got resources, info, kōrero in the lobby with me today. You'll find more resources available online, and I've got plenty here that you can take back home to your communities and to your organisations. If there's anything else you need, any other kōrero, resources, training, information, pātai, I'm here for the rest of the day, and I'm here all day again tomorrow. Nau mai ki te kōrero. Tēnā koutou.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Joe. It's great having you here. Really appreciate it. Hopefully the day has been enriching. Those workshops seem to get really good attendance, and so thank you for finding your way around. It'll be easier tomorrow because you'll know the room numbers, hopefully, and there's plenty of guides. If you get lost, just ask someone nearby. I'd like to introduce to you a sort of an update in terms of the work that we've been doing with the CHA Hub. So this is something we've been building for 2 years now, and I've had a documentary film crew attached to my hip for nearly 2 years now, and we've been doing deep dive interviews all over the country with all sorts of people as we start to develop this. And so the hub itself is effectively a digital platform, and as Bernard said in the intro, we've got a large language learning model sitting in behind it, which we're feeding New Zealand housing research and information as we build the capability and capacity of the system. And I'd like you to sort of think of it like a village wine press. So think of it as a toolkit that is available to all of you to use. And so over the next 3 years, it will continue to develop. But you don't all need to build one because they're quite expensive to build. And so we've had some generous sponsors support for this, particularly the Westpac Bank has put substantial capital into supporting us with building this, as has the Monte Cecilia Housing Trust and the J.R. Mackenzie Trust to date. And so it's really an expression of community wealth, and it's been designed as a housing system change tool. And so in the first instance, what we focused on is a number of publications. And what we're really trying to focus on as we do this work is what matters most to you. And so Kay Saville-Smith, who spoke earlier today, came to me about 4 years ago, it was, whilst she was still the Chief Science Advisor to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. And she came to our office in Wellington and she put her head in her hands and she said, they just don't understand what you do. And I said, who? And she said, the government. I said, they don't understand what? And she said, what the community housing provider sector does and what CHAR does. And she said, could you please produce a publication that's really a concise expression of the role of community housing providers within the New Zealand housing system and the role of CHAR and what it does and how it works. And so the first publication was a little bit unique in the sense that it was about us rather than about issues that matter to us. And so that was edition 1, and it was really about the role of community housing providers as distinct from the state provider, formerly Housing New Zealand, now Kāinga Ora, and as distinct from the housing market, remembering that there are more or less 2 million homes in the New Zealand housing market total, homes and apartments. Depends if you're on CoreLogic or Stats NZ as to whether it's over 2 million or under 2 million, but let's call it 2 million and land on that. And our proportion of the housing stock at the moment, when combined with Kāinga Ora, where there's probably 76,000 homes, we've got about 25,000 homes that we either lease or own in the housing stock. So there's around about 100,000 homes in what we would call the social and affordable housing stock, which is tiny relative to other international OECD countries as a proportion of our total housing stock. We're way behind many nations, particularly Singapore, which is a good example. People like to talk about Singapore a lot, where it's over 80%. And they certainly don't have a homelessness problem there, no surprise. So edition 1 was about CHAR and CHIPS. Edition 2, you had all said that you were actually really interested in finance and understanding how we finance both the development and delivery of new housing supply and the services that we deliver, etc., and how we have holding finance for when we are taking ownership, both as providers but also for whānau. And so we went quite deep in that edition, looking at the financial instruments that are available, what the options are, what works, what doesn't work. Edition 3, we stepped into a new area, which was quite a technical area, because we read the signals, we recognised that the government has basically said, actually, we've got a situation where we're saying we're fiscally tight, we're fiscally constrained, we don't have a lot of money that we want to invest in new housing supply, we're really not interested anymore in using the government balance sheet and borrowing money from the government balance sheet to invest in significant amounts of new social and affordable housing supply. And so our response then was to take a look at alternatives that don't impact the government balance sheet. So we did an edition on a planning instrument called inclusionary housing or inclusionary zoning. And that effectively means that at local government level, if say someone's coming to me and saying, okay, I'm a developer, I want to take this piece of land and turn it into 100 new houses, what happens at that point when the consent is signed is that a small portion, let's say 5% of those homes, are set aside for the local charitable community housing provider to deliver social and affordable housing when a local government is signing off a consent at a zoning sort of timeline. Why that's important is that it comes at no cost to the government and is a way for the continuous new supply of affordable housing without impacting on the government books. So we decided to do a deep dive edition of the Insight report, and we did that deliberately at the time when Chris Bishop had signalled that he was going to do the RMA reform and replace the Resource Management Act legislation with 2 other bits of legislation. And so we have a once-in-a-lifetime, once-in-a-generation opportunity as New Zealand to have a structural system that delivers a continuous supply, call it 5%, call it 10% of all new consents, residential zoned land as affordable housing. And that's not something we made up, by the way. That's something that's been working for over 20 years in the Queenstown Lakes district and has delivered hundreds and hundreds of new homes, affordable homes for key workers in the Queenstown Lakes district over the years. And so there's a working example in Aotearoa of a successful mechanism that we can use for delivering new supply and basically what it looks what it looks like from your perspective as housing providers is you get a continuous supply of free residential land effectively as your local authority is rezoning land and issuing resource consents and subdivision consents. So that was why we did that addition. The fourth and most recent addition was on homelessness. And again, timed to come out this year at a time, unfortunately, when homelessness is being reported at its highest level ever. We were relying on the last census, but we were also relying on 21 regions where we went out to agencies across the country from north to south, east to west, and asked them what they were seeing and what they were hearing with regards to homelessness across the motu. And none of them reported at that time a decline in homelessness in their jurisdictions. And so we felt that it was timely to put down a marker as CHAR and working with Te Matapihi. And so that publication, because the binding machine at the printers broke down, was supposed to come out in April, but actually we released it on budget day, which was not on purpose. But the first phone call I got on budget day at 5 minutes to 8 was from Chris Bishop saying, could I please have a copy of your report, Paul? Because it was on national radio. And I commend you and your colleagues who participated in that edition. We've tried always with all of these editions to get the full spectrum of views and wherever possible to rely on the voices of lived experience as much as we can. And to tell those stories, particularly of the programs that you're all running that are working really, really well, that we could do more of more often and in more places. And there was quite a strong and intentional focus, for example, on Housing First, because that program has been delivering really good outcomes. And so we're really blessed to be able to help you tell your stories, particularly case studies and examples of things that are going well, because what we need is more solutions, right? So the next edition is being filmed now, and aroha mai, I'll be popping in and out tomorrow because Chris Bishop has agreed to be interviewed for the next edition, as has Kieran McAnulty and as has Tamitha Paul. They'll all be with us tomorrow here in the conference. And that edition is called The Courage to Choose. And so in this next edition, what we're doing is we're doing a deep dive into political decision making, and we're interviewing people from across the political spectrum. We're interviewing psychologists in terms of how people, humans, make decisions. I've had the privilege of interviewing international experts on things like citizens' assemblies, which are being used in Europe with increasing frequency to deal with highly complex political problems that for whatever reason are too hot to handle for the politicians of the day, regardless of whether they're in a Westminster first past the post system or like us in a mixed member proportional representation system. So really this has sort of kick-started in places like Ireland, Belgium, France and the Netherlands. And so what we've done is I've interviewed the people who led that work in those constituencies, and what happened was basically 150 good citizens randomly chosen for all sorts of diversity, age, gender, location, economic situations, are put in a room, sometimes for 5 or 6 long weekends in a row. They're given a problem, and then they come back with a recommendation which goes to the government to turn into legislation should they choose to accept it. And so it's part of the structure, the decision-making structure now in a number of European countries, and is helping them deal with problems. I've suggested that maybe the electoral term in New Zealand would be a good one for us to tackle, because it's, I think, broadly understood that our election cycle is too short, and for whatever reason it's hard for our politicians. Maybe they think they'll be perceived as greedy if they do that change from 3 to 4 or 3 to 5 years during their term. So it's one of those things they don't want to touch. And so we're looking at how do political decisions get made? How do we give our politicians the courage to choose to do the right thing and to expand that, what's called the Overton window, to expand that space where our politicians can be supported to make decisions because they know that it's not going to be the end of them and the end of their government. And so also looking at AI and exploring the impact of the algorithms and AI and the divisiveness of AI, because what we've seen in Europe is that a lot of politicians are quite afraid of going to public meetings now because they're reading the comments. And as Bernard said to me earlier this afternoon, don't read the comments because that's where the rabbit holes occur, and it's where we end up finding ourselves divided, which is why I made the comment I did this morning about people saying and doing things that they would have been ashamed to say or do 10, 15 years ago, because these algorithms are written not for Aotearoa, not for New Zealand. They're often written and based on populations elsewhere, and they are impacting the way we behave here in Aotearoa. So this really is a systems change tool with the objective of supporting long-term improvement of the performance of the New Zealand housing system through evidence and data, and supporting our political friends and colleagues to make decisions that are longer term, that are across parties, and that will improve the outcomes that we all know we want for our whānau and our communities. So those are the cover shots there. That's the next one coming up, The Courage to Choose. And then I'm thrilled to say that the final edition 3 for 2026, is going to be building on the great work that Peter Stowers and the team have been doing. And so there's going to be a specific edition dedicated to Pacific People's housing, because as CHA, we've been holding that space for quite some time and supporting that work as best we can, because culturally appropriate housing is a really great thing to support, and it's a big part of the work that we do at CHA. And so there's going to be further iterations, a lot of conversation today in the plenary sessions in this room, but also in the workshops around the importance of data. Even my board chair has challenged me today to think more deeply about that in the context of this conference and the conversations that we're having. We were provoked quite vigorously by Dr. Saville-Smith this morning on that very matter as well. So we will be collecting and improving our data, both data sovereignty but also data collection. So David Zussman, one of our colleagues, will have been in touch with many of you. We're starting small with tenancy surveys. And then we will grow that domain and collaborate with Te Matapihi on that, because they're also doing some amazing work in that space. And so that's going to be, I hope over time, an Indigenous ring-fenced version of an AI that is a hugely helpful tool for all of you and all of your colleagues in the community housing sector to do the work that you need to do. And so we'll be dropping the tenancy management and training and development programs onto the platform as well. So it'll be a resource for continuous improvement, staff training and development as we continue to roll out those additional modules and start to build out with the objective of reaching an NZQA qualification for kaimahi, because at the moment we're kind of borrowing our staff from the social services sector or the health sector and then training them up with a layer of housing stuff. Our vision as CHA is that you can have qualifications to do the amazing work that you do, starting with the core disciplines of tenancy management and property management, and then building from there. So that's all part of the vision for the digital platform. I'm just going to talk a little bit about some deep thinking that we've been doing as we look to the future, which relates to the challenge that we made this morning around what would it take for us, you know, as Kay challenged us, what would it take for us to design the next iteration and the next generation of what it means to be community housing providers? And on some occasions, I feel like we've been a little bit passive and we've given up a lot of ground. And I'm asking people to rediscover what it might look like to be a community housing warrior, not warrior with an O, but a warrior with an A. And I don't mean the violent part of a warrior. I mean the awakening the warrior in the sense of the discipline, the planning. I don't know how many of you, could you raise your hand if you went to the session on the mapping the system that Jamie Monk And yeah, so there's a map of the system and all the interdependencies within the system so that we can start to see the territory, understand how things relate to each other, and understand our place and the roles that we play within the housing system as community housing providers. So it's around getting disciplined, it's around mapping stuff, it's around planning stuff, it's around understanding the reality, knowing the texture and the location of persistent unmet housing need. You know, it came up this morning, do we really know what's true or are we going to rely on the social housing register, which is a very blunt and inaccurate description of persistent unmet housing need. So how are we going to build our strength, build those muscles, be community housing warriors, be really proactive housing system citizens? And what does that look like? Because that's a much more disciplined conversation, and I worry sometimes that we're so busy being polite that we're giving up more and more and more, and we really need to stand in our power and in our knowledge and in our capability and in our partnerships, as we said this morning. And so I hope and aspiration is that the work that we're doing at CHAR is going to support you with the tools that you need and tools that can support you to do the work that you need to do to the best of our ability. And so that's really the purpose of the hub, and we hope it enables and supports you to do the work that you do. So it's there, it's ready. You can sign up and register by using a QR code. It's a very efficient model, so if you've got thoughts on future editions and things that you would like us to be focusing on with future editions, we're doing 3 editions a year, every year, and so 2027 is open for suggestions, and it would be great to have your input and feedback in terms of what are the things that matter most to you, what are the issues that are really burning in your minds, and then let's get into some deep dive on those issues, look at them really broadly, interview domestic and international subject matter experts, do the thinking, and prepare ourselves to be better active housing system citizens and community housing warriors. And so it gives me great pleasure now to segue, having set that up, to a guest we've invited to speak to us today about community engagement and getting organised and listening to our communities and understanding what our communities need and want. And so Marlon, Drake, welcome. No mai, haere mai. Come on in. Marlon is the leader of Te Ohu Whakawhanaunga, and he is going to talk to us about how to get organised and how to get activated, and how to work more effectively with our communities and understanding their needs with a really good discipline that he's brought to the Auckland crew. Good to see you. Good to be here. Welcome. Please welcome Marlon to the table. Up to you, mate.
Thank you. Yeah. I've gone digital with my kōrero today, so pardon me. It's my mum's laptop, so it doesn't recognise my face. Alrighty, while it's doing that. Tēnā koutou katoa, ki te tau toku mama, huri aho o Wien, Österreich, ki te tau toku papa, huri aho o Kotirana, me Ingarangi. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Marlon Drake toku ingoa. I'm the lead organiser of Te Ohu Whakawhanaunga Tāmaki Makaura, a broad-based community alliance here in Auckland made up of 40 faith, union and community organisations. We campaign for the common good at a hyperlocal, local, regional and occasionally national level. We are a non-partisan alliance, meaning that we don't align with any one political party, and we'll work with anybody to further the interests of the communities represented in Te Ohu. We practice broad-based community organising, a methodology of institution building, change-making, and making democracy work. Excuse my voice, I'm coming off. The week before last, I was sick for 8 days, so I got whatever everyone's getting. And then we just had a 6-day training last week, residential, where you stay the night. So I was finishing at about 9 o'clock every night and starting at 8 the next morning, so my voice sounds a tad raspy. I don't mind. I want to begin with a request from everybody. This is how we begin every training and most of our meetings, with this request. We're going to ask you to do something that is deeply countercultural, something that mainstream media has stopped doing, and that algorithmic social media is re-engineering our brains not to do. I'm going to ask you to suspend your judgment. Withhold your conclusions and your opinions until the end of my kōrero, and perhaps even beyond. I'm asking this because I'm going to use some words that may not often be used in this space, words like power, politics, action, and because I'm talking about a way of being in public life that some organisations, especially those with government contracts and funding obligations, may be unfamiliar with. I want to start by telling you a story about a road crossing. In Avondale, there's a school called Te Kuroa Pātiki. It sits on Rosebank Road. For 12 years, the school had been asking Auckland Council for road safety measures. For 5 years, the school had been asking for a road crossing. They couldn't even get a school zone sign. Over 2 years, 4 children had been hit by cars, and 2 of them had been hospitalised. Housing intensification, a good thing, and increasing industry, a good thing, meant that the road is only getting busier. When we met with the local community leader from the school, they told me about how they've been given the runaround by the council. Auckland Transport's community liaison staff members seem to change every 6 months due to a restructure or someone passing the buck. And Auckland Council had said it was an Auckland Transport problem, and Auckland Transport had said it was local board, and so forth and so forth and so forth. And I think somehow Waka Kotahi got in there, I don't know. The regular excuses were given. There wasn't any money, the local business association might not like it, and even though the school had closed 2 entrances and was spending their resources on staff supervision, it was still the school's job to somehow manage traffic on the busiest road in the neighbourhood. I wonder if any of these challenges sound familiar to some folks when we're doing our own advocacy. The view of the community leader was that at some point, if nothing changes, a child's going to die on that road. And I asked the community leader, when that happens, they'll build the road crossing out of urgency. So do we fight and get the road crossing now, or do we wait until a child dies and get it built then? After 8 months organising in the community around the issue, at the pace of very, very busy kaiako at that school, we organised the school parents, other schools, local businesses, community organisations, and of course some tamariki who are at the school. We then held a meeting with local board members and Auckland Transport leadership. 25 local community representatives sat in a circle around the staff. The community had done their research, it had plenty of time to, and they shared the load in the process of doing so. Each of them made the case for a road crossing. It included an expert perspective, it included storytelling, and it included a strong call to action from community leaders. They made the case for a road crossing, speed changes, signage and footpath expansion, and a couple other random technical things like light phasing. I read 57 pages of New Zealand road crossing regulation, and I learned so much about like MacArthur's gravel, which is the red gravel or something that they put down on the... Anyway, it's not very interesting. Well, I found it very interesting, but if anyone's curious, it's online. Then they asked for a clear yes or no on each of these asks. Before the decision makers could reply, the community leader I'd been working with asked the same question I'd asked her earlier. Are you going to do it now, or are you going to wait for a kid to die on that road? They made the commitment, including commentary that they wished that every community in Auckland was as organised as they were. And after being told for years that there was no funding, no support, wasn't possible, suddenly there was $340,000 for a total safety transformation of that road, including new traffic lights at exactly the spot where kids cross the road. Exactly the spot. You couldn't have planned it better. A few months later, that community, as I Love Avondale, a local organisation, a member of Te Ohu, turned out 70 people to a major assembly of 500 at Lea Sili Tonga Auditorium in Whawhanaunga, a beautiful Tongan church building. I don't know if anyone's been there. It's one of the most beautiful venues and buildings in the entire country. At that action, that assembly, National, Labour and the Greens made commitments to public housing in Auckland. They were representing their neighbourhood, Isle of Avondale was, alongside the Anglican Diocese of Auckland, St Matthew in the City, Salvation Army, the Maritime Union, Sisters of Mercy Witty, and about 30 or so other civil society organisations, including Community Housing Aotearoa, who were very, very instrumental in forming that ask. Those commitments helped keep funding from the previous government for new public homes in the first 2 years of this government, and receiving an additional 650 houses last year in Auckland, and the accountability actions that ran after that. Community leaders in Avondale chose the road crossing as an issue because they wanted to show their community that their voice mattered and could matter, that if they get a win on what's happening in their neighbourhood, they could have a say on the big stuff too. And that's what they did. Today, I Love Avondale has organised alongside many of those same leaders to form the Avondale Racecourse Alliance, a Te Ohu-supported campaign for the future of a massive plot of land in their neighbourhood. Their mandate comes from their citizenship, not in the legal sense. There are all sorts of people involved, including migrant communities and folks with different citizenship status. But in the sense that they are citizens of Avondale and Auckland, and their voice matters as much as any property developer. In organising, we don't say that we empower people. People already have power. Our job is simply to remind them of it. Everybody in this country deserves to know that. My question today, my lingering question that I'll begin with and hopefully begin to answer towards the end, is do the people in your communities know that? Staff and tenants, community leaders alike. There's a really good book called When Helping Hurts. It talks about a study where they went to a middle-class neighbourhood and asked them what poverty meant to the poor side of town. The middle-class neighbourhood mainly said things like food, rent, clothing, money in the bank account, so forth. Then they went to the poor neighbourhood and they asked what poverty meant to them, and they said things like not having a voice, being disrespected, being ignored, and having no say. In Aotearoa, we have food poverty, housing poverty, financial poverty, all sorts of poverty. We also have a fundamental poverty of participation. Voter turnout is like the sharp end of this, and we see it every time there's a local body election. But we also see it in the way people view our democratic institutions. Look, it is really easy, and indeed deeply pleasurable, to bash your local council, Auckland Transport, Kāinga Order, HUD, the government, any old random politician. It's so easy that we do it all the time, myself included. When I get home after a day's organising, I love to have a yap. I'll call up my parents and we'll pick out whatever story we saw that day. But bashing by itself is also largely pointless. All it does often, without anything else, is reinforce disenfranchisement. What's the point of engaging in council? They never listen. Oh, the government's just going to do change to X and Y or do X or Y or whatever. And so we continue to do the bare minimum, submitting on another consultation process that deep down we all know are largely BS. I wrote the real word there so you can all imagine it. And that the decision has been made, and all of us know that really the decision has been made at the political level. And so when the final decision doesn't reflect the interests of our community, we just kind of give up and wait for the next consultation process to start. I'm suspicious of words like participatory democracy. Democracy by its definition is participatory. If it's not participatory, it's not democracy. A few years ago, a leader from Te Ohu and I met with a very senior council officer. They wanted to talk to us about participatory democracy and co-design processes. They told us they had learnt through research that people didn't trust council and that were losing faith in democratic institutions. And they wanted to address that through some community consultation project they were running. I asked, with a bit of cheekiness, how will you measure success for this project? And they responded, people feeling like they were listened to and that the council was listening. And I asked a follow-up, that's great. Presumably, success will also be measured by whether council actually listens to the people in the eventual decision. And we see that reflected in what happens. And the officer went red in the face and very quickly said, no, it's all about making sure people feel listened to. Who here feels listened to? Not even one. Okay, that's sad. I was hoping. Broad-based community organising methodology is about making sure decision makers listen, and in doing so, actually listen and implement what we say in the eventual decision, and in doing so, make our democracy work. It's also about finding what role each organisation and civil society has in all of this. It's easy to bash an institution, and it's harder to find a meaningful way to engage. But if we can, it's also a lot more productive. Back in the day, the state provided all the state housing, the private sector did the market thing, and civil society, that is faith institutions, community organisations, neighbourhood organisations and unions, had a role in organising our communities, our people, and engaging in democracy, including around issues like housing. Fast forward to today, the state does little housing, not as much as they used to. Civil society has a bit of a more confusing mixed role, And part of the reason is because many community leaders and faith institutions created community housing providers because the government has shared so much of its role in housing. The good thing is we've learned that community housing providers, Māori housing providers, have an incredibly important role to play in our housing system and often make up for a lot of things that the state will never be able to do. Your biggest value and strength is your connection to your community and the expertise that you have, often as people representing a particular community. But the thing that we still have to work out, and that not just you, but I can tell you across all civil society, the thing we have to work out is how we engage in our democracy within these organisations in a way that makes sense for them. Enter the P word, politics. Who here doesn't like politics? Put your hand up. Okay, a lot of people. Who here likes politics? Woo! Oh, fantastic. So it's about half and half. Fantastic. Good on you. Who here engages in politics and practices it? Okay. Who here has presented at a council meeting or a local board meeting? Nice. Politics. Who here has met with a politician, a councillor, MP? Politics. Who here has met with community leaders to solve an issue? Politics. Who here has met with their tenants to hear their voice? Politics. Who has negotiated with their fellow staff members over a disagreement to come to an agreed outcome? Put that out of his mouth. I tried to word that as nicely as possible because I know everyone's done it. Excuse me. Oh, brilliant. He's topping me up. He's the best bartender in the West. We're going to look to the Collins Dictionary for a bit of a stripped-back definition. Politics are the actions or activities concerned with achieving and using power in a country or society. Oh, okay. The complex or aggregate of relationships of people in society, especially those relationships involving authority and power. Power. As we define it in community organising, we rip this straight out of the dictionary, the ability or capacity to act or do something. Simple. Who has the ability or capacity to act or do something? Put your hand up. Everybody, doesn't it feel good? Everybody say everybody. Everybody. Nice. Now, not only is that warm fuzzies, it's also deeply strategic because we can rethink the role that we have as whether maybe you're a staff member or that our tenants have in our communities as well, because everybody has a different role to play, whether it's bringing the baking to the meeting, one of the most important roles in our alliance, delegated to some of our church elders who do it fantastically. And it is important because if there's no good kai at the meeting, are you going to go back to that meeting? Yeah, I'm definitely not. Good luck. So in simple terms, politics is doing things and building relationships to build you or your community's capacity to do more things. No mention of political parties or MPs or whatever the media is on about. Politics is not just two guys called Chris dissing each other on the radio, and it's certainly not just what we see on social media. Pure politics is happening at every level of society. It's how we negotiate with our mates over who gets the last pizza slice. I always win because I'm the biggest. And it's how we figure out how much money goes to public housing and everything in between and beyond. Our democracy, our society, our system, and included in that our housing system, relies on individuals and organisations finding their role in our political system and asking the question, how will they contribute to our politics? I've noticed that in this sector, from my time spent with many wonderful community housing providers and those in the housing space, people are comfortable with words like advocacy, community voice, narrative change. But to see this as part of a bigger political whole, or to engage in politics, is sometimes almost taboo. And if we're being honest, a big reason for that is probably the fact that your funding relies on relationships with government. But even being aware of that fact is being aware of politics. That is politics. I'm not calling for people to get involved in partisan politics or political parties. You shouldn't pick a party and stick with them. As organisations, certainly not. In your own time, do what you want. I'm also not calling for rallies and taking to the streets. At Te Ohu, we have 40 different faith, union and community organisations. And for every radical activist with died here, we have a church elder whose ultimate and very important political action is bringing that baking to the meetings and making sure there is kai. Each community needs to figure out their own way. And sometimes that's as simple as solidarity, and other times it requires years of reflective work within a faith tradition. I've organised with landlords, multimillionaires, and I've organised with people who are actively homeless or currently living in social housing. I've organised with low-paid migrant refugee workers who cannot speak English, and I've organised with people who cannot read. And I can tell you that almost everybody, almost anybody with the right support can have their say in a meaningful way. So what am I calling for? What am I doing here? Well, good question. What are any of us? Now, community housing providers have a unique and special ability to represent their community, your community, or support your tenants to represent themselves. You have that ability, that unique ability, and in fact, you have that responsibility. Our housing system and our democracy relies on you to not just think like a service provider, but also like a civil society organisation. If the voices of your staff with expertise that they have and the tenants with lived experience is not heard by decision makers, the decision makers will continue to make decisions without hearing you. Let's start local. If your community doesn't have a local playground or has broken streetlights or maybe a busy road that needs a road crossing, then you too could play the same role Te Kuro Pātiki did. Some people say schools aren't meant to be political, and Kei Te Pai definitely shouldn't be partisan. But hearing the story of Rosebank Road, it didn't sound so crazy, did it? I bet every single community housing provider here has a local informal and formal community relationships, just like that school. What about the big stuff, big housing system stuff? Well, based off Google, thanks Auntie Google, there are about 35,000 people living in community housing providers' houses across the country. I got that off, is that right? Yep, thank you. Now, rounded up, about 80% of people voted over the last two elections. 80% of your tenants is about 28,000 people. The last election, 28,000 people, was 1% of the entire vote. You represent 1% of the entire vote. That's how close elections are in New Zealand. It would be inappropriate and unacceptable if Chip started telling people who to vote for. Just let me get that very quickly. So that is not what I'm suggesting at all. That would be a breach of your non-partisan obligations. But if you can find a way to work together as a sector and make sure that 1% of the vote at the very least turns out, people who are fully informed on housing issues, that's a powerful, profound thing. Every one of your tenants deserves to know what parties are putting forward in terms of policies that could impact them, for better or worse. They deserve to know that because they are citizens. Every time CHAR does an amazing piece of research, imagine if your staff and tenants could not only learn about that, engage with that, but then make their own personal and where appropriate collective decisions on what to do with that information. You can have an impact, a positive impact, on making sure 1% of the entire vote turns out. It is up to you what you do with that information. So to close, two things. First of all, in a couple of weeks, we're doing a 2-day training here in Tāmaki on community organising with community housing providers. And we're going to do some of that work together to figure out how CHIPs can have a voice in a way that makes sense for CHIPs. You're in a delicate situation, I want to acknowledge that. If you want to sign up for that, let your CHAR staff member contact know. So hopefully you get a whole lot of emails. And you're all welcome as CHAR members and participants. And I want to close with this. Last thing. Last conference, I came here and did a session on power through an organising lens. I said to some of you who were in that session, thanks for coming, at this conference, there are 500 people from the housing sector who get housing needs, who know what needs to happen, and have a good sense of what their tenants are facing. Yep, and you've got fancy politicians coming along too. But do you even have an ask for them? You got the minister to a room full of 500 people, and you couldn't come up with an agreed policy just to ask for? That's what I said last conference. As I understand it, this year you are bringing a more clear call to action to all the politicians present. I wanted to tell you that I am inspired by that. And I want to tell you that that's important. And I want to tell you that it's important because if you don't call for change in your sector, nobody else will. We are all counting on you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora, thank you for having me. Lovely to be here. Thanks.
Marlon, thank you very much for that. I was enthused and a little bit frightened, but mostly enthused One thing you didn't talk about in there is the new ways of organising and also the effect of the algorithms on political discourse. How useful is it to use Facebook and all these other things to actually organise and express power in politics?
I think 10 years ago, I would have said it was a really powerful tool for mobilising and even beginning to organise. So those are two different things. I won't get into the technical definition. But organising is the process of building relationships and power. Mobilising is activating a base, basically. Now, I think in terms of systems change, from my perspective, social media is pretty much useless. I think 2 years ago, I said to colleagues that 2 years from now it'll be useless. I think it is for positive, progressive, not in the left-wing sense, but progress for a society change. Social media is no longer effective, other than as like a thing that you kind of have to do so people know you exist. But the actual organising and power will come from kanohi to kanohi relationships, pretty much almost exclusively.
That counts as a standing ovation. But why is that? Because, I mean, I'm 59. I've been involved in publishing online, news online, watched political debates online. This is before Twitter, before X, Instagram, blah, blah. And at various points, people got very excited. You know, we watched Twitter apparently as a key player in the revolution in Egypt and in Syria. And we all thought, wow, this is amazing. What went wrong?
Without getting into too much detail about the revolutions in the Middle East, which there's a lot of power analysis content around that. The basic thing, basically, just to be totally blunt, there's about 4 people who own social media companies, and they've decided openly and publicly that they no longer believe in democracy, and they regularly make statements to that effect. And the algorithms mean that we are drawn towards outrage and division rather than working together. And that is the simple answer.
And what would you say to, there's a few of us, on occasion, who feel a bit tired. I think Kate mentioned earlier today she was feeling a bit tired of beating their heads against the wall and, you know, showing all the research and explaining to people and pointing to data and everyone just going the other way and doing the, quote, wrong thing. And you could argue many of those on the, you know, the side of politics that doesn't want to do these things quite like making everyone disillusioned and disconnected from politics. In fact, that's a result. So what do you say to those of us who are feeling a bit tired?
3 things. First of all, I'm Austrian, so work-life balance is written into the culture. And it sounds so stupid and simple, but your ability to switch off is your ability to act. Second thing is, I forgot the second thing. But the big one, actually, if we wanted to, the second thing is what works is patience and time, long-term plans. And the third thing in relation to that is if you want to see some of the most effective community organising in the world, all you need to do is look at how hapuni we have acted in Aotearoa with 150-year, 200-year, 500-year plans, and the ability of those institutions, those nations to sit in that tension for a long period of time is directly related to their success now. And social media is trying to undermine that sense. So we need to, as Pākehā, learn from that and start making long-term plans instead of chasing short-term contracts exclusively.
Do you think you'd be a good dictator? And that we should have you as the dictator?
No. No. I have too much whakapapa that tells me not to do that.
You're not tempted? Yeah. Okay. Do we have any questions from the audience that aren't a bit silly? No? No.
I'm not a dictator. I'm very nice.
Yeah, no, we've got a question up here.
So we have a range of tools that we use, obviously, but to put it in a conceptual package, storytelling, lived experience is the most effective way in building relationships through storytelling. The way I think about it is this. So our definition of organised people power is relationships. So organised money we measure through capital, assets, money, organised resources. Organised people we measure through relationships. And we build relationships through storytelling. The way you think about it is, if you look at the word story, it comes from the old Latin storia, which comes from Greek historia. And you guys know when you see a building, and buildings have multiple stories, it's the same root word. It's because back in the medieval times, each of those buildings in the medieval era would have these sculptures and stained glass windows with stories on them of the local town in Europe and biblical stories and that kind of thing. So you wouldn't point to level one, you'd point to a story. And people are made up of stories as well. And when we share stories, what we're doing is opening the door to let someone in. And so that is the process which needs to take place before any kind of activity ever. So we say relationships precede action and power before program.
Yes, up here. Go for it. Let me run up with the microphone. I won't throw it at you because that could be a health and safety issue.
Hi. I was just wondering, when you're talking about, so I was thinking, so we work in homelessness, I work for Link people, and a lot of the people that we support, they're really, financially restrained, and I think part of that means that people, they're just trying to get by every day. So do you have any tips, I guess, on breaking through to a community that's really just managing survival to say, hey, look, can we lift your head up to these bigger things and you have power? Any tactics there? Because it's sort of quite difficult when you're just so worried about, I guess, in Maslow's hierarchies of needs, you're sort of sitting at the bottom, just kind of trying to get by with the basics.
So first of all, the Maslow's hierarchy of needs is an interesting one. And I think we should, I've been told I always have to challenge it whenever I hear it. So we're in relationship with an alliance internationally in Montana, and they work with the Blackfeet Indian tribe. And that was where the Maslow's hierarchy of theory was kind of first originated, was by examining these, one of the places, examining Native Americans and sort of making a hierarchy based on that. Some of our leaders went and met with them, and they told us, he got it wrong. There was no hierarchy. We were doing all those things. And so it's really important to look at it in a different way, just with that, and that's kind of seeped into our culture in the way that we view the order of things, but it is not an accurate picture. The other thing I want to say quickly on that, before I give you the obvious answer, because I've got a mic, so I'm just going to do it, is there's a view that things get so bad that people will eventually rise up and stand up. History and evidence shows us that's not true. It gets harder and more difficult the more in poverty people are. So if you have a view or vision for the world that people will suddenly rise up because things get so difficult, it's actually a lot more challenging than it comes down to organising taking place. Maybe because of what's happening, but there needs to be a process of organising. Now, in terms of your specific question, that's where relationships are really important, because people who are busy, and you're right, they've got, I work with workers who come for a 12-hour shift, and they do not want to come to the meeting. But if they're in relationship with a trusted community leader, they'll show up for relationships. People don't typically show up, people don't repeatedly show up for issues, but they will come back for relationships and if they own something. So if a campaign meaningfully belongs to someone, and again, it's that not feeling listened to, because that's like rubbish. People know when they're not really being listened to. People are smart. Most people get that. But if they truly own it, they've been a decision maker in what the campaign is for, then they'll show up for it because it belongs to them, and people show up for things that belong to them. And like I said, I've worked with all kinds of people, and when they truly have the space to own a space and not just be consulted with, they show up as long as there's trust and relationships there. And not just us hearing their stories, which is often what happens. Pastoral care is different, necessary, but different to organising, but they need to hear ours as well for us to be able to do organising work together.
Do we have anyone else I can run around and give a microphone to? Oh, the power. No? One final question from me, if that's all right. We've seen lots of surveys about trusts in institutions and politicians drying up. Keir Starmer resigned this morning. Pauline Hanson is now the most popular politician in Australia. Yeah, oh dear, yeah. What is it about modern politicians, and often how we do politics now, which seems so inauthentic and disconnected? In particular, traditional politics of the centre-left and centre-right now seems so inauthentic. It seems a collection of workshopped lines and no real promises, just here's me and here's who you should vote for, but in the end nothing really changes. What's going on there?
All those things are true. So it is, it is overly scripted. The script killed politics. If you look at left-wing movements throughout history, working class people used to be trained to be conversationalists and speakers. And now, if you're a volunteer for any political party, you get handed a script, most likely, to then go and have a conversation. And then you follow the script and you never really engage. So down to the granular level, and then all the way up to the way politicians speak on the media, there's so many different things, but fundamentally, we as civil society, as members of it, have also given up our power, and we have let this happen because we have trusted few people to run democracy, because most of the people, especially with my generation, never really have had to fight for a democracy kind of before. It's New Zealand, as New Zealand, not as Aotearoa, which goes back a long time, but New Zealand as the 1840 Tiriti is a very young country. My auntie in Austria she's a lecturer, and over there, governments are throwing money at pro-democracy work, just getting people active. In Aotearoa, we can not even get decent civics education into our schools. So I think there's this lesson that we're going to have to learn, and I think it comes down to what are the actions we're willing to take in our own communities, and by acknowledging that lots of you probably already do this. So not saying, no, everyone's, I'm the only one who's doing this. Not true at all. Everyone's doing it. But then the next step is finding ways to work together. In a community like Auckland, we are really separated by block in some communities, like a block of streets. If you're in one part of Māngere, they might not like the other part of Māngere. And I've been out to West Auckland, I've heard them complain about South Side. And East Side, I've been all over the city, everyone's complaining about each other. But actually, our ability to get over that and work together is how we can address some of the bigger challenges. And it's vague, but it's actually, when we hear things like that, we think, oh, that's so fluffy, but actually, why do we think that? If we think it's fluffy and we're not doing it, and then we get surprised when people aren't working together and we're polarized. So we need to find ways in our institutions to work together. Sorry, vague. Big question, man. Far.
Yeah, no. I expected a full and accurate answer, and I got it. Hey, Marlon, thank you so much. A fascinating discussion about change in politics and power and organising, and ultimately hopeful, giving us some new ideas and tools for breaking through the gloom and sometimes feeling of a lack of power.
Thank you.
Rather than give you a full description of what you've already seen today, all I'd say is make sure you come back tomorrow because it's going to be fantastic. Yes. Come back tomorrow because we're going to have some news, some big announcements. We're going to have Chris Bishop, bring your fruit and veggies. No, I didn't say that. You can bring them and keep them for Kieran McNulty if you like. And also you're going to hear some amazing ideas and stories which will get you all enthused. But before you do that, there are drinks outside, and we invite you to go and partake a little bit, and then come back well before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Ka kite anō.